better equipment. But crossing the massive distance of sand that stands between you on foot is a death sentence, as you'll undoubtedly draw the attention of an angry worm in the process. To get to the other side, you'll have to go through the steps of constructing your first vehicle, a small motorbike, then race across the gap as quickly as you can. This clever use of empty space brilliantly turns what I thought would be a weakness in the setting into a strength, and finding ways to cross a completely barren area with a shy halud hot on your tail actually made up some of my favorite moments. Similarly, the oppressive nature of the sun, which forces you to dart from shaded area to shaded area, turns the entire planet into a high-stakes game of the floor is lava that can make otherwise uneventful jaunts from one place to another into an entertaining minigame. Refusing to take sun exposure seriously will drain you of ever-valuable water, wipe out your health, and kill you in pretty short order, which kept me on high alert. And since each region increases the heat level, you're constantly having to invent new equipment back at your base to give yourself the best odds at survival. Sure, it can be a bit of a pain now and again when you hit the head and come back to find the sun-shifted position, and now you're frying to death in the merciless heat. But hey, that's just the price you pay for living on Arrakis, my friend, and I mostly enjoyed this little mini-game that just made survival that much more tricky. Of course, in addition to crossing arid deserts and dodging sunlight, you'll be fighting off bands of bloodthirsty raiders and exploring forgotten places with a gun or sword in hand. The third-person gunplay isn't groundbreaking by any means, as you'll duck behind cover, toss grenades, and return fire in pretty by-the-numbers encounters, but for an MMO with a massive number of players on the server, it's still quite admirable that they managed to pull off gunplay that feels this snappy, and with a whole bunch of skill trees to pick from and build into, like the tricky and stealthy Mentats or expert survivalist planetologists. There's tons of ways to differentiate your character from the rest of your guild. As for myself, I focused most of my skill points into the tried and true soldier, which I expected might be a tad boring, but was pleasantly surprised to find myself very happy to be grapple hooking around and tossing deadly gadgets to and fro. Running and gunning with friends at your side is especially entertaining, and there were moments like when my co-op partner used her Bene Gesserit skills to force an enemy to walk out into the open, then I threw a grenade to take them out, where combat really shines. There was also just the tiniest sampling of PvP in the beta build, focused on a couple crash sites that allowed for player-on-player violence. But due to server populations being fairly low in the closed beta, it was hard to get a sense for how this aspect will shake out. In any case, the vast majority of PvP hot zones are in the endgame areas I wasn't allowed to progress to, so it seems we'll probably have to wait for the full game to get a good feel on PvP anyway.
Find the Fremen. Wake the sleeper.
As a longtime fan of Dune, it also just feels so good to explore and learn more about a world that I'm quite fond of. And Funcom has clearly put a ton of effort into world building and lore, even despite taking quite a bit of creative liberty by placing Awakening within a parallel reality and canon than the books and movies. There are little details that have a massive impact on gameplay, like how incredibly valuable water is treated as the ultimate resource. You'll drain blood from every fallen enemy, turn your own body fluids into water with a still suit, and take down bases just to pillage every drop of liquid gold they've got hidden away. And since water is required to make advanced materials used for crafting more higher level equipment, you'll need to harvest and stockpile as much as you can, in addition to drinking it just to keep yourself alive. I won't go into spoilers, but this kind of attention to detail touches just about every aspect of the world, including the factions and characters you meet along the way, which should be a treat for any fan of the setting. If there's anything to be concerned about with this otherwise thoroughly engaging beta, it's the fact that I encountered a whole heap of bugs and performance issues during my time with it, which included everything from crashes to frame rate dips, characters and objects getting stretched out bizarrely, and more. With the final version set to debut very soon, I was then pretty relieved when, in the middle of the beta, Funcom announced a month-long delay, presumably to address these issues. As always, it's tough to gauge how much of this is cause for concern when betas are sort of designed to help highlight and patch these sort of issues. But the sheer number of problems me and my friends encountered while playing was definitely cause for alarm with the launch date so near. For more, check out our recent previews of Marathon and Ninja Gaiden Ragebound. And for everything else, stick with IGN.
A terrible sandstorm is building. The only hope for survival is to take shelter, and quickly. On Arrakis, exposure to the raw, unbridled elements is death. But walls alone will not save you from the maelstrom. You need power and the engineering of Chone to raise a protective shield against the storm. Without such protection, even the strongest walls will erode and fail in time, as will anything left in the open. Your exposed vehicle is beyond repair, but a lesson is learned. You need better protection against the dangers of Arrakis. It's time to upgrade your base. Base construction and expansion can be done alone or together with others. With Solido projections, building as a group is easy. To further customize your base, you must align yourself with one of the warring great houses, displaying your allegiance through their unique architecture. The Atreides welcome your aid. Swear your fealty to the Atreides and rise to greatness on Arrakis. Your base serves as a reflection of both your influence and your allegiance to a faction. The safety provided by your base allows you to craft powerful new tools, technologies, and vehicles. Here we are crafting a ground car. Once each part of your vehicle is assembled, you can install modules to enhance its specialization further and customize its appearance. By aligning with the Atreides, you have earned the option to craft their faction-specific ground car.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
On the horizon, another sandstorm approaches. But this time, you are prepared. Your base is equipped with powerful shields for protection, and a custom-built garage that will keep all your vehicles safe from the raging storm. The shields are vital, but they come with a cost. With a construction of this size, the Emperor demands a tax to keep your base running. You will construct grand bases, and in Dune Awakening, you will have the option to share them with others if you choose.
Building copied.
All your creations can be recorded as blueprints. These can be shared with allies, or even bought and sold on the exchange. Anyone holding a blueprint can instantly place a projection of the entire building and construct an exact copy for themselves. Dune Awakening's building system allows for limitless creativity. Build your foundations strong, for your walls must stand against the unfathomable forces of Arrakis. Your Arrakis. Developed out of the need to replace thinking machines, the Mentats, trained on the principles of philosopher Gilbertus Albans, became one of the most important people in the Imperium. Able to calculate immense amounts of data and devise complex strategies, They are the most advanced tacticians on the battlefield. Combined with advanced assassination and combat technology, you will be able to think many steps ahead of your enemies. With a significantly higher cognition, as a Mentat, you can calculate trajectories and weapon handling to find weak points in an opponent's defense, or even guide the calculations of an external sentinel turret to assist you with extra firepower. Focusing on strategic control over raw strength, a Mentat is an expert in assassination technology, using poison capsules to trap enemies in a cloud of death. Or when out of sight, send in a hunter-seeker before the enemy has even noticed your presence. For a tactical advantage, the Mentats have devised further development of Imperial technology, such as the shield wall for extra protection. And to fool simple-minded enemies, a projection of yourself will confuse and scatter their focus. Throughout the dunes of Arrakis, any school can be trained and improved by masters, increasing your mental capacity and further advancing your tactical technology will let you hold the strategic advantage in any situation. But to reach the highest tactical operation, adopting other schools of thought will increase your mental complexity, opening up further possibilities. Focus your mind and calculate each step forward to find the optimal probability for your survival on Arrakis. Forged in the crucible of war, House Troopers are the first, last, and often only line of defense in the Imperium. With rigorous routines and a life of survival and combat training, the House Trooper is always ready for action. Drilled in heavy firepower, long-ranged weapons, and combat technology, a trooper is an expert in finding new vantage points and forcing enemies out of cover through gravitational manipulation. Mastering these tactics will help you become an effective opponent against even the most heavily defended strongholds. At the heart of a trooper's abilities lies a perfected muscle memory for all kinds of weapons, increasing your accuracy and handling at long ranges. This perfected handling will also help you with increased agility while carrying more destructive options. You will also learn to master the Holtzman anti-gravity technology known as suspensors. Throwing your anti-gravity grenades will trap enemies within its field, leaving them an easy target. And when pinned down by close-range attackers, releasing the suspensor energy will blast away any nearby enemies. In order to navigate the battlefield quickly, your tactical technology includes the Shigawire Claw, a fast climbing cable enabling unprecedented vertical mobility. And when no other solutions are possible, use the modified Hunter Seeker for a high explosive option to defeat heavily fortified enemies. Throughout the dunes of Arrakis, any school can be trained and improved by masters. Advancing your combat skills is the key to surviving any battlefield. But knowing your enemy also grants you access to their abilities, opening up synergies that surpass even the most deadly House Trooper. Salute in honor of your house, and venture brave into the dunes of Arrakis.
had reports of rogue sticky notes replicating across this sector. If you don't cut back their numbers, this whole place will be yellow by morning. This crisis ain't over. Now get through the containment door to the next zone. Safe room dead ahead. Might contain something useful, but it'll probably attract a lot of... Oh, you already opened it. Never mind. You sure kicked the nest. There's hiss all over you.
Stand back! Piggy's coming out!
I'm paper. You gotta shoot him off me!
What the?
Last containment door's open. Go, go!
I think I heard something.
All right, crew. Time to clean house.
Okay, stick with me here. Mere hours after first playing FPC Firebreak, I found myself mouth to dough with a delicious cream cake. Unfortunately, because I'm a clumsy bastard who can't be trusted with anything nice, a dollop of that cream landed directly into my blood orange cocktail and melted into it. That's when I found myself transported back into the halls of the Federal Bureau of Control as I fired white hot bursts of liquid into its glowing red enemies that stalk its hallways. It's this sort of twisted leap of logic that a trip to Remedy's headquarters does to a brain. Remedy is a studio with an eclectic library of games. Some are horror, others are sci-fi or neo-noir detective fiction. But what I've always loved about the Alan Wake and Max Payne developer is that it's unafraid to be silly. Firebreak, the studio's latest project and its first foray into both first-person shooting and co-op multiplayer action, is very silly. Over the course of a 2-hour play session, I found time to both obliterate everyone around me with a murderous garden gnome and wage war against a 30-foot high sticky note behemoth. All of this was enough for me to be convinced that if anyone can stand out in the crowded, often very serious online multiplayer space, it's Remedy, and its unique desire to inject the weird into everything it makes. Set 6 years after the events of Control, Firebreak's setting of the oldest house will be familiar to those who played through Jesse Faden's story. Both the broad strokes and little touches remain, whether it be the severity of its brutalist pillars and walls, or the finished folk music spilling out of its bathroom speakers, making for a comforting, if slightly uneasy return. Firebreak tasks squads with re-entering this X-Files-like government building to deal with localised outbreaks of the Hiss, Control's interdimensional threat that embodies living and non-living entities alike. You and up to 2 teammates are essentially this universe's Ghostbusters, just armed with double-barrel shotguns instead of proton packs. The twist though is that here, crossing the streams is heavily encouraged. Let me explain. Outside of your standard arsenal of pistols and rifles, you can pick from 3 different kits. Essentially Firebreak's classes, each kit aids the team in different ways, both offensively and defensively. The Fix kit, for example, allows you to quickly mend machines such as ammo stations and healing showers. FBC employees top up their HP by getting drenched with water. I did say this was all very silly. The Splash kit, meanwhile, arms you with a hydro cannon that can both restore teammates' health bars and douse enemies in water. And finally, the Jump kit comes with a short-range electrokinetic charge impactor that can shock foes and stop them in their tracks. Each kit has its own individual uses, but when combined, they conjure up devastating results. You can likely already imagine what sending a high voltage bolt of electricity into a soaking wet mob might achieve, but here's a look anyway. Teamwork and communication are key in Firebreak then, because although the whole game is playable solo, it's clear that the intention is for 3 players to come together, especially when things really start to get hectic. All of FBC's Firebreak's missions, known as jobs, ultimately use the same structure. Get in, achieve your objectives, and then return to the elevator you entered the level in. My first assignment was simple. My team had to fix 3 faulty heat fans in the building's furnace before swiftly retreating back to the safety of the elevator. But as I said earlier, things get hectic. Up next was Paper Chase, a mission involving the destruction of thousands of scattered sticky notes, and it was an entirely different experience from our breezy fan maintenance job. Only once the target number of notes have been removed from the office floors and walls could we exit the area and claim victory. The evil notes could be destroyed by a simple melee attack, but they were much more efficiently disintegrated with a quick soak and spark, another smart use of Firebreak's elemental kit systems. That kind of multiplayer synergy is supported by solid gunplay, so there's always something you can do without relying on another player. I quickly honed in on the machine gun as my tool of destruction. I enjoyed mowing down glowing red ghouls, which satisfyingly burst into the oily haze synonymous with control. The third mission took place in the oldest house's Black Rock Quarry and required the most teamwork of the bunch. Shooting squelchy leeches from the cavernous walls grants you lethal radioactive pearls that need to be contained in a shuttle. Safely locked up, these can then be moved along a track to deeper areas of the quarry. It was the most challenging mission of the set and really did stress the need for good communication. The need to take regular shower breaks to rinse off the radiation, droves of enemies, and insta-kill astral spike entities all hindered our progress. I did still manage to have fun though, even if it got incredibly hectic at times. These missions may sound relatively straightforward, but after completing them you unlock clearance levels for each, which add further objectives and result in much lengthier excursions. The maps open up on subsequent revisits, adding extra chambers of activity as well as more complex objectives and foes. Just like in Control, bosses gate your progress through certain areas, effectively causing a lockdown. These range from bullet sponges with drastically larger health bars to more interesting beasts like a giant sticky note monstrosity that slammed my team with its giant yellow fists. I found the latter far more exciting, as taking it down required the elements of communication and teamwork that I enjoy in co-op shooters. These monsters made out of everyday objects are some of my favourite elements of Control, so I'm glad to see some of that weirdness make its way over here. This is further explored through randomly spawning corrupted items, none of which I sadly saw during my playtime, but they remain a tantalising prospect. A rubber duck that can redirect all enemies your way so others can focus on objectives did spawn, but due to its small size none of us found it. An unfortunate instance of readability that the development team assured us they're looking into fixing before launch. Another one of these items detailed to me was a large set of traffic lights, where being caught in its red gaze can result in a heavy amount of damage coming your way. It effectively brings a dash of Squid Game colour to the otherwise grey brutalist surroundings. It's these unreal remedy flourishes that give Firebreak a chance to stand out from the crowd. They're further explored in your loadouts too. Completing missions grants you unlock tokens that can be used to acquire suitably zany new tools. These include ultimate abilities such as the Splash Kit's teapot that burns up any enemy unfortunate enough to collide with its superheated globules. Then there's the Jump Kit's erratic garden gnome, which conjures up a destructive electrical storm that strikes anyone in its zone. That ability in particular ensured chaos often reigned during my time with Firebreak. Most of the time it's good fun, with swarms of enemies destroyed through chaotic scrambling and juggling of abilities. Sometimes though there's just too much going on screen and it all becomes a bit indecipherable. There are strong foundations here, but my small number of concerns all boil down to readability. Sometimes it's unclear where you should be heading on the maps. Other times it's working out how to avoid hosing your allies down with friendly fire damage, or picking out exactly who the boss is amidst a horde. There's simply a lot going on here, and with bursts of colour popping off everywhere, it can be a little overwhelming when trying to play tactically and precisely. This is a concern I'm assured that the Firebreak devs are well aware of though, and they plan to make active improvements to the shooter's overall readability before its June 17th launch. Firebreak will feature 5 jobs at release, with 2 more promised before the end of 2025. That may not seem like very many, but game director Mike Kayata tells me that Remedy considers them more like game modes than missions. I can see that, with each offering replayability and depth due to their multiple clearance levels and evolving objectives. Combined with the fact that it will cost $39.99 or £32.99, as well as being included on both Game Pass and PlayStation Plus at launch, I think there's enough value in here to keep both Control veterans and new fans looking for a fun shooter entertained for many hours. The always online co-op shooter road is a daunting one for any developer to choose to walk right now, but after playing Firebreak, I'm confident that there's a strong foundation here, and when combined with injections of Remedy's unique quirky personality, I think it can carve its own niche in the space, much like that dollop of cream carved its own space in my cocktail. I still drank it all. For more previews, check out our month-long coverage of Elden Ring Night Reign, and for everything else, stick with IGN.
Stars. Fields. I have seen the miracles you so claim. Until the towering shadows vanished into the mist.
I pray for their grace, but all that came were inferior shades. Why do we have to bear the consequences of such powers?
Time. War. Mortality. These essences shall not fall into your treacherous hands. Wayward emissaries, grant us the forgotten miracles. Rain fire from above. This desolate land needs a sprinkle of madness.
Remember, no matter what happens, we did not betray this world.
I have 1,000 questions. Why did you come back?
I stood in the home I was born in. In that moment, I felt a connection. What happened here?
Madness and hatred and lots of it. Impossible. It's you. You must continue. We've begun to uncover.
Hi everyone, I am Jonathan Jacques Bellatet. I am the creative director and the art director on Hell Is Us here at Rogue Factor. So today I'm super excited because we're going to show you some brand new gameplay, some new sequences, and some new tidbits from the game that we've never shown before. Hell Is Us is a third-person action-adventure game that blends the old-school thrill of exploration and discovery with a deeply satisfying melee combat system. You're going to wield a lot of different weapons, master various skills, and strategically use your drone's abilities to gain the upper hand in battle. But combat is only 50% of the experience. The other half of the game is all about the exploration, the discovery, the joy that's related to them, and how they play a central role in your journey.
Do you know where the village of Jova is located?
It's in Akasa Marshes. It's quite a ways from here.
So you play as Remy, and you're returning to the country you were born in, the country is called Hidea, and search for answers, but only to find that the land is torn apart by a vicious civil war. With only a few pieces of information to start with, so you'll have to investigate to uncover the truth about your past and figure out where to go next. But unlike traditional games, Hell Is Us doesn't rely on quest markers or a guided path. There's no magical compass pointing you in the right direction, and there's no quest journal with, the shopping list of everything that you need to do and in which order. But instead, our player plattering approach encourages you to follow your own instincts, discover clues organically, and chart your own course through the adventure. In this sequence, we just arrive at a village called Jova. This is the village where Remy was born. He remembers that. He also remembers one more clue, which is his father was the blacksmith of Jova. So these are kind of like the earliest clues that you have in the game in order to decide what to do, where to go, who to talk to, and how to chart your own path into trying to find your parents.
Hey. Who are you?
I'm Rebecca. I've been hiding here since the attack on Jova, when the bombs fell from the sky. I was playing in the treehouse with my baby brother. My parents ran out and screamed at us to get down. My baby brother ran to them. That's when the bomb exploded.
So, I'm looking for the blacksmith. Do you know where he is?
I don't know him very well. I think he doesn't like kids much. I saw some villagers leaving with the, ON peacekeepers on their white trucks. Maybe he went with them.
Hey, did you see where the white trucks went?
I watched the white trucks drive away. They took the road that turns behind the hill with the ancient monuments. We can see them from here.
So as you saw, we just learned that the blacksmith probably left with one of the humanitarian convoys from the organized nations, which are the peacekeeping forces stationed in the country. We've also found a map that appears to show a route coming out of the Akasa marshes. So we'll stop here for now. We've gathered a few clues. We have a bit of an idea where to go next for our investigation. We've shown you how things work a little bit and how you can connect the dots. But, you know, I want you guys to discover it for yourself when the game comes out in September. In this section, we're stepping away from the main investigation to explore the many hidden secrets and side investigations scattered throughout Hideo. You can complete the game without ever uncovering them. But if you're curious and observant, you might just stumble upon some incredible discoveries. Our core philosophy is simple. If your instinct tells you there's something to do, then there probably is. The footage you're seeing now showcases just a few of the many secrets woven into Hell Is Us. These are playful examples of how the game handles secondary investigations, but they perfectly illustrate our approach.
I'm only permitted to play Sabinian classics, I'm afraid. Unfortunately, I only happen to know one of their dreadful compositions.
There are countless mysteries waiting to be uncovered. If you trust your instincts, you'll find yourself solving some truly fascinating mysteries along the way. Now, when we talk about player plattering, it doesn't mean you'll constantly need to overthink every step to progress. Many elements will be clear and intuitive, as our belief is that you actually don't need quest markers to navigate and advance in the adventure. That being said, for those who love a challenge, some of these deeper secrets will require keen observation and deduction to be uncovered. Good luck. Take another look at the sequences we've just shown in this video and share with us your first ideas on how to solve this last secret. Let's see who can connect the dots first.
I rationed his milk as long as possible but ran out yesterday. Poor Uli is starving. I don't know how I can possibly get any more.
Thank you all so much for tuning in. We hope you enjoyed this new look at Hell Is Us. We're so passionate about our game and we've worked so hard on it. The game launches on September 4, 2025 on PlayStation 5, Xbox Series, and PC. See you soon for more exciting news.
When the fury of emotions sparks the wildfire of violence, it dissolves our illusions and exposes the fragile structure of reality.
I have 1,000 questions. Why did you come back?
I stood in the home I was born in. In that moment, I felt a connection.
Epsilon 11, sound off. Where are my men?
They're gone.
Choose your next move wisely.
What happened here?
Madness and hatred and lots of it. Impossible. It's you. We must continue. We've begun to uncover.
Let's get this one out the way. Hell Is Us isn't a Souls-like, nor is it an open world game. Instead, it aims to separate itself from other action adventures by emphasising investigation and discovery, ushering you to get lost in its weirdness. That's exactly what happened to me during my 2-hour hands-on with developer Rogue Factor's latest, an arresting mixture of medieval and sci-fi aesthetics set against a 90s European Civil War backdrop. I enjoyed its approach to tense melee combat encounters and information gathering puzzles, but what excites me the most is what I don't know, where its intriguing story will lead me next. Hell Is Us is one of the bleaker games I've played in a while. Upon entering a village surrounded by muddy marshland, I'm greeted by a mass grave, bodies hanging from a tree, and the yearnful strings of a local's violin. You'll become used to such scenes during the early hours of venturing through the fictional European nation of Hideo, circa an alternate 1990s. It's a country ravaged by civil war that has cut itself off from the rest of the world, and the place that main character Remy fled as a child. Fast forward years later and he's back in his homeland, having smuggled himself over the border in search of the parents who sent him off for a better life. The first step of the mystery brings me to a lonely farmhouse, the basement of which the owner now calls home. Through conversation about my father and the larger conflict at play, I'm able to pull on a thread that eventually reveals the village of Jova as his last known location. Hell Is Us wants you to take your time talking to people and investigating every avenue of conversation. Indeed, being a wandering detective appears to be as much a part of its gameplay as its punishing combat. More of that in a bit. It forces you to observe its world and the people trapped in it. You are deprived of map markers, waypoints, and, thanks to that 90s setting, a mobile phone. Instead of those tools, you are reliant on direction and clues given by mouth or read on scattered notes.
Once in the woods, follow the wind chimes. They will lead the way through.
In order to reach Jova, I'll need a vehicle, and it just so happens that a military APC is parked nearby. Retrieving its engine's lost key appears a simple fetch quest at first, but Hell Is Us's emphasis on investigation means this task quickly reveals itself to be a much more complex problem. I talk to a wounded soldier who gives me rough directions through a forest, which in turn leads me to a puzzle where I need to match symbols on a door using a contraption. The gateway unlocked, I then delve deep into the tomb inside, and this is where things get weird. During a conversation at Gamescom 2024, creative director Jonathan Jacques Bellatet revealed to me the influence that Annihilation plays on Hell Is Us. The team has been inspired not just by the visuals of Alex Garland's striking 2018 film, but also the overall off-kilter tone of Jeff Vandermeer's trilogy of novels it's based on. It can be heard in the unsettling score that soundtracks Hideo, filled with droning, stuttering electronics and twinkling otherworldliness, but becomes much more evident when you're face to face with enemies. The basic foes take the form of milky white humanoids that move slowly yet menacingly, echoing images from the finale of Garland's movie. Others are much more developed quadrupeds that possess blades for limbs that slice at you if you get too close. I couldn't help but think of the necromorphs that haunt Dead Space corridors when I face them. But the horrors don't end there. In fact, they're hidden around every tight corner and in every open field. This is best exemplified near the end of my demo as I venture far too near a giant shimmering blob of spiking goo and wavy ribbing. It's a hard thing to try and describe in words, and in turn quite unlike anything else I've ever seen. So far, it all sounds very sci-fi horror, but that's just one side of Hell Is Us's coin, because the way you deal with these threats is thoroughly medieval fantasy. I quickly discover that standard weapons have no effect on them, but thankfully soon receive a glowing white sword that's much more effective. Alongside a standard mix of dodging and blocking, you can slice at enemies with both standard and charged heavy attacks. At its core, it's a relatively basic melee combat system that I found fairly unforgiving at times, though never unfair, but more wrinkles do reveal themselves over time. Recovery items are scarce, so you'll largely be relying on the smart healing pulse system, which is triggered by hitting the right bumper button when a burst of particles emerge from an enemy after hitting them. It encourages aggression when playing, and kept me on the front foot when searching for a health top-up, just as some of my favourite action-heavy games like Control and Doom Eternal do. This doesn't mean you can go in all blades blazing, however, as the length of your stamina bar is directly linked to the amount of health you have left. This means you can only get a hit or two in when near death, before needing to hang back and rest a moment. Should you find yourself in need of a helping hand, you can call upon your drone companion who, among other abilities, can distract enemies while you sneak up on them for a critical hit. This isn't necessarily a stealth game, but it's nice to know the option is there. Alongside special attacks, these systems all combine to create a tense dance in each combat encounter that's a consistent thrill to navigate through, especially when faced with more complex threats. A prime example of such foes are those connected to glowing, pulsating entities that are colour-coded depending on the type of attack they use. For example, the red ones plough into you, whereas the yellow ones attack from range. Deal enough damage to them and they'll retreat into their fleshier counterparts and make them vulnerable. During my playtime, I also got my hands on several other weapons too, such as a very cool pair of twin axes that unleashed flurries of charged attacks, and a hulking polearm that delivered slow but heavy hits. The latter seemed an entirely optional find too, unlocked by collecting a series of ancient medallions and slotting them into a side door hidden in the catacombs. It's nice to see the investigation side of the game leading to new treasures and cleverly integrated into these open zone areas, rather than just being there to reveal story information. Of course, this combat is what stands between Remy and him being reunited with his father. That connection will remain lost for the time being, however, as upon arriving in Jova, it is revealed that he left town with the global peacekeeping forces. The journey continues, and the next stage of the investigation is underway as I wander around speaking to weary, sometimes dismissive villagers.
Please don't tell anyone I'm here.
There's obviously some deeper mystery at play here too, as alien languages and arresting sci-fi gothic architecture lurk underground, waiting to emerge and reveal their secrets. It's worth noting that Hell Is Us is striking throughout. No coincidence when you consider Jacques Bellatet was the art director of both Deus Ex Human Revolution and Mankind Divided, two games that have stood the test of time incredibly well from a stylistic perspective. It's this willingness to just get a bit weird that makes me so encouraged by what I've played of Hell Is Us. Its 90s setting and appropriate lack of modern technology is not only a vehicle to encourage genuine exploration, but it also feels like a throwback to a decade where games held your hand a little more loosely. I, for one, welcome it, and look forward to seeing where Hell Is Us leads me to next.
Mother always said monsters didn't exist. I thought they lived under my bed. We were both wrong. They live inside our heads.
For more Hell Is Us, check out the latest gameplay trailer, and for everything else, stick with IGN.
Marathon.
is a team-based extraction shooter set around the mysterious and cutthroat world of Tau Ceti 4. You are a runner, a cybernetic mercenary who's given up their human form for a biosynthetic shell with unique abilities and stats, capable of both tactical and fast-paced combat. Here you'll fight in a crew of up to 3 players across a variety of zones and points of interest. You'll face rival runners in zones of up to 18 players, countless security forces, and otherworldly threats, to scavenge the remains of a lost colony for glory and fortune. The environments of Tau Ceti 4 are filled with weapons, materials, and equipment you can scavenge throughout the map. Before deploying, you'll strategically build your loadout and select a runner to ensure you're equipped for the run ahead. Your objective is simple. Get in, gather as much loot as you can, and make it out alive. Die, and all your gear will be up for grabs. Survive, and your loot can be taken into future runs as you grow in power and fill your vault. Death is inevitable, but it's never the end. Think quickly on your feet and outplay your opponents, and in your next run, you and your teammates will be the ones coming out on top. And even if you're down on your luck, factions can sponsor you with a fresh loadout, so you can get right back into the fight. Bungie brings its best-in-class first-person multiplayer action to the forefront. Dynamic and tactile gunplay, runners with unique playstyles, and customizable builds create highly dynamic and strategic teamfights. Whether you're on a zero-to-hero run or high-rolling with powerful gear, you'll need to use your best judgment when you decide which fights to pick and how. Because no matter how geared you are, players with skill and strategy will always have the edge. Marathon is designed to be played in crews, with contextual pings, shared objectives, and down but not out, to streamline playing with your friends. Death is not the end. And if you're the last one standing, you can overcome the odds to revive your teammates and get out with your hard-earned loot. And if you believe your skills alone are enough to conquer any challenge, we give you the freedom to opt out of crew fill, to take all the glory for yourself as a solo runner. No 2 runs in Marathon ever play out the same. With dynamic events, variable weather, and unpredictable players, you'll have to adapt on the fly if you want to survive. Each run has a time limit, and anything can happen while you're chasing your objective. Looking to unlock upgrades or increase your faction reputation? Slip into the shadows as Void and ghost past your enemies. Search the map for rare materials and profit opportunities without being discovered. Want to push enemy teams and steal their loot? Bring in Glitch with agility implants and your strongest weapons to disrupt rival crews. Running support for your friends? Grab extra equipment, shield charges, and a specialized backpack to be the lifeline they need. You're always free to experiment with team compositions, and the only limit to how you want to play your runner is your loot and imagination. Endgame challenges, ranked play, discovering secrets, seasonal storytelling, community events, and more all await you in Season 1, where you and your friends will start to unravel the mysteries of Tau Ceti 4. Remember, you're only ever one run away from your next big score.
If Escape from Tarkov is the PUBG of the extraction shooter, boldly striking out into a new genre despite humble origins, then Bungie's upcoming shooter Marathon is the big budget refinement that could become the emerging category's Fortnite. Coming from a studio with a pedigree for first-person shooters that's virtually unmatched and which wields the resources to take a good idea and reimagine it in a disturbing, beautifully detailed sci-fi universe, it's easy to see how Bungie just might pull it off. but with a concept that's so inherently geared towards the hardcore PvP crowd and such a clear departure from what they've done in the past, it's certainly not without risks, even if they do manage to capture the usual FPS magic they're known for. Even so, after spending the better part of 2 days sliding and gunning my way through Tau Ceti's relentless ruins, I was hooked, and can't wait to group up with my most try-hard friends and ruin people's day. Marathon is an extraction shooter where you and 2 friends are dropped into an extremely unmerciful wasteland to battle deadly enemies, including rival players, all in the name of loot and glory. If you've played Escape from Tarkov, then you'll be familiar with this PvPvE framing, which forces you to ante up any loot you bring along with you, as it's permanently lost if you fail to exfiltrate before time runs out or your team is killed. Those distressingly high stakes immediately got my blood pumping and made each match feel like the most important one so far. After fighting tooth and nail against surprisingly challenging AI enemies and ruthless fellow runners to get a high-level rifle that could down most enemies in 2 hits, I wasn't about to let my guard down for even a moment and risk losing it all to some unworthy foe. If, like me, you bemoaned the quiet, undignified death of PvP's relevance in Destiny 2, then you might share my eagerness to see Bungie focused squarely on a competitive experience here, and everything I played so far indicates they've still more than got what it takes to pull it off. Weapons and movement feel crisp, fluid, and incredibly satisfying in that rarefied way that few studios can achieve. And the added element of hero shooter-like abilities, like one that lets you blast enemies with kinetic energy, sending them flying away, gives that extra kick you need to feel like a supernaturally powered badass. Marathon almost immediately feels fantastic to play, and as soon as I took out a robot who took a pot shot at me from the window of a nearby building and tried out his weapon for myself on a nearby enemy, it was love at first snipe. This gets even better once you start to familiarize yourself with the class-based runners available to you, 4 of which I got to play extensively out of the 6 that will be available at launch. Glitch is all about mobility and controlling positioning, and has abilities that help her move fast, jump to areas others can't reach, and push enemies away with a blast of kinetic energy. Locus is a tanky soldier who can pull up a shield to block incoming fire and launch a flurry of homing missiles at enemies, while Blackbird is all about intel and using her gadgets to ping any enemies within an area for the whole team, and sending out little robotic drones to seek and destroy nearby enemies.
Seeker deployed.
My personal favorite, though, was Void, a deft ninja who can turn invisible for a time and deploy massive clouds of smoke to lose and confuse the enemy within.
Camo filter engaged.
Each of these characters offers a completely different way to play Marathon, and by coordinating with my teammates, we were able to put together a balanced team of runners who complemented one another's strengths and helped make up for any weaknesses. That came in handy as we explored dark and forgotten places throughout Marathon's maps, which were filled with deadly creatures like a species of giant ticks who ran at me frantically, and surprisingly accurate robots who were much, much better at surrounding and overwhelming players than the vast majority of AI enemies found in other games. Fighting these foes was no joke, but the loot was well worth it. Whether it was finding a backpack that allowed for more storage space, a weapon that gave me better odds against a rival crew, or just some consumable healing items I could rely on in a pinch. Some of the extremely rare and powerful items, of which my team only found a handful during our matches, changed things up quite significantly, like a backpack that turned the user invisible whenever they interacted with a container while wearing it. Extremely useful in a game where you're being hunted by everyone else on the map. Marathon's tensest moments, though, happen when you encounter enemy crews and inevitably clash in a bid to claim one another's loot. Maybe we'd spot a crew in the distance and stealthily follow them, waiting for the right moment to stage an ambush. Or sometimes we'd hear other players in the distance fighting off security forces and decide to go catch them when their guard was down, scooping up whatever goodies they were about to claim. And of course, sometimes we found ourselves on the receiving end of that ruthless equation and had to scramble as one of us was downed by sudden gunfire from a rival team. These moments are when the PvP magic really shines and leaves you with stories to tell your friends, like the time my group got entangled in a 9-player free-for-all and came out unscathed thanks to some well-timed smoke grenades. Or another time where both of my teammates were killed, but we came back to win it thanks to a clutch revive the other team didn't see coming. Just like the most epic, heart-pounding moments of a battle royale match, Marathon provided me with tons of memorable moments of elation after a narrow victory and the occasional sour taste of defeat. Once we'd gotten our spoils or completed an objective or two, it was time to haul ass to the exfiltration beacon and stand near it long enough to be pulled out of the firefight and return safely back to our base in outer space with our bloody bounty. But lighting that beacon also lets everyone else on the map know you're trying to make off with your goods via a giant blue light that shoots up into the sky for a prolonged period of time. This makes your last moments in the area pretty intense, or if you're like me, offers some exciting opportunities to kill a group right as they're preparing to leave and benefit from all their hard work. The downside of Marathon's To the Victors Go the Spoils reward system is that, in a pretty short amount of time, those with skill will enter fresh matches with gear that easily outmatches less skilled players, making them even less likely to be able to pull off a victory. Bungie's gone out of its way to try and make it so a poorly geared squad still stands a chance against those with better loot if they play well, and you can always simply employ the strategy of avoiding other players until you've got a few extractions and some at least decent loot under your belt. But even so, it seems like it could get pretty demoralizing in short order if you run into a bout of bad luck and start to feel like you'll never catch a break. I was lucky enough to win the vast majority of my matches, and after the initial hump of stockpiling some basic equipment in my vault and unlocking a few permanent upgrades to make the going easier, I felt like even if I fell in battle and lost all my best stuff, at least I'd have some adequate backup gear to recover with. But that won't be the case for everyone, and I wonder how big the chunk of players will be who simply run into a brick wall in their first few hours, log off, and never return. At least in Escape from Tarkov, you've got your Kappa case to hold your most valuable items and protect them from being lost on the battlefield. Marathon has none of those safety measures, instead opting for a system where you're given a sort of pity loadout called a sponsored package, which sets you up with some basic gear after you've been quite literally bled dry. This definitely helps ice the wound of a string of bad luck, but might not exactly be the most comforting consolation prize. To be clear, it very well might be a good thing that Marathon seemingly refuses to compromise on its dedication to ensuring each match has real, keenly felt stakes, even if it turns some folks off from it. I certainly count myself among those who enjoy a bit of sweatiness and quite liked how invested I was forced to be every single time I deployed onto a map. But they definitely risk a situation where it feels like the rich are getting richer and the poor are getting poorer, to the detriment of those who are on the unfortunate side of that brutal equation. Time will tell before we know how that will shake out, but even in my short time with it, I already felt a bit of friction emanating from those on the server who kept dying repeatedly and felt like they were getting outclassed by those with quality loadouts. One thing that could be the key to preventing people from falling off is Marathon's ongoing meta progression system, which I found surprisingly engaging in my time with it. Even though your loot is probably destined to be stripped off your still warm corpse and stuffed into some rude opponent's backpack, you can at least comfort yourself in the various perk trees and ongoing quests you'll find in the menus between rounds of play. You might not have made it back alive from your most recent escapade, but maybe you were able to loot some chests from a specific part of the map, or complete some other objective in your quest log before you went cold. In that case, you can at least still make your way through the faction quest lines and upgrade systems, which unlock new bits of story and improve your reputation with each of the 3 groups who have taken a marked interest in your progress. Doing so grants you perks that make the going a bit easier, like those that let you buy slightly better gear from the vendor in case you find all your existing loot confiscated by the enemy. Elsewhere, despite some clear indications that some kind of plot will be included in Marathon, even though multiplayer mayhem is plainly the focus, it's still unclear to me how much that story will matter, or deliver something that makes me want to progress beyond just finding better weapons to use. As a mercenary called a runner, your consciousness is repeatedly uploaded to a synthetic body and sent into dangerous territory in search of riches. Beyond this basic premise and some really cool details, like how your artificial bodies are sewn together out of synth silk by robotic caterpillars, there wasn't a whole lot to go off of, and I could easily see this not being an area of particular focus for Marathon. That said, the world Bungie has built is every bit as beautiful as it is creepy and dystopian, and there are moments where they satisfyingly hint at the events of the Marathon trilogy from the 90s. But Bungie also told me that they're not entirely following the events of the original games, and what little I saw did only slightly more than pay lip service to the world. Another question is just how much support and longevity we can expect from Marathon. Bungie has earned its reputation for mastering the live service model over the past decade of Destiny, and shows no signs of letting players down here, as they told me they already have plans to support Marathon with new maps, weapons, characters, and more as they develop it. But as always, there's the question of whether they'll do so at a fast enough pace to appease ever-ravenous players. And importantly, Marathon also plans to use the seasonal reset model found in the likes of Diablo 4, where you'll be stripped of your loot and progress at the end of each season to do so again with new content and a new meta to mix things up. While I could definitely see this working for Marathon, there's always the question of how they'll manage to incentivize making that arduous climb from scratch each season. After playing enough Marathon to get a pretty good feel for it in its alpha state, I'm already fairly confident it'll scratch the Bungie PvP itch that's been left unscratched for a number of years now. Here's hoping they'll knock it out of the park when it comes to PC and consoles in September. For more gun-toting action, check out our preview of upcoming heist simulator, Den of Wolves, or if you'd rather mix things up with Mario and friends, our first impressions of Mario Kart World. And for everything else in the world of video games, stick with IGN.
Play it day one with Game Pass.
Drivers, start your engines. Welcome to the Mario Kart World game, available exclusively on the Nintendo Switch 2 system. What kind of races await you? In Mario Kart World, you'll aim for first place in each Grand Prix. But why stop there? Across cities, plains, a desert, and even the ocean, you can drive virtually everywhere in this fully interconnected world. Races are held on courses scattered throughout various regions that span this world, and you can freely drive between them. There's a lot in store, and we're only at the starting line. Let's introduce some of the courses that are waiting for you. Here we go! Courses are found throughout the world, inspired by their surrounding region. Let's take a look at some of the new courses to explore. Ride the ridges and roads on Mario Brothers Circuit. And cruise the curves around the canyon. You can't miss it. See the sights and structures of Crown City. You can even soar in style down Main Street. Drift along the rapid waterways of Salty Speedway and make a splash around the city's canals. Stay cool in the snowy trails of Starview Peak. Just don't slip off while soaking up the scenery. Have a spirited showing at the ghostly movie theater Boo Cinema. It's a whole new kind of drive-in theater. And in addition to lots of new courses, there's Toad's Factory, Peach Beach, Wario Shipyard, and more. Nostalgic courses from past titles are also here, but now they're reimagined and spread throughout the world, where races can happen during the day or at night. Race as familiar characters like Mario, Luigi, Peach, Bowser, and Yoshi. Plus new drivers like Goomba, Spike, and that's right, Cow. Even more new racers are waiting and ready to roll. Select your character. Choose your vehicle, then you're off to the races. Characters and vehicles each have different stats, so make sure to find the combo that best suits you. There are two main styles of race revving up in this world: Grand Prix and Knockout Tour. In both modes, up to 24 drivers can participate, the most in series history. Your rivals aren't the only hazards you'll need to avoid on the road. Look out for cars that shoot bullet bills, attacks from Hammer Brothers, and other obstacles along the way. Try to steer clear. And now, get ready for Grand Prix with Mushroom Cup, Flower Cup, Star Cup, and more. Grand Prix races are held all around the game's world. You'll race through 4 different courses in each cup and aim for the top spot. In Mushroom Cup, you'll start off racing around Mario Brothers Circuit, while the second race will take you from Mario Brothers Circuit to Crown City. For the first time, you'll need to drive yourself to the next course in Grand Prix, so don't sleep at the wheel. And if you conquer all Grand Prix Cups, rumor has it that a certain colorful course will appear. Next up is a new mode, Knockout Tour. From Golden Rally to Ice Rally and more. These extended races take you from one end of the world to the other. Get ready for a sprint. But you've got to place if you want to stay in the race. Speed towards checkpoints throughout the world. If you don't make the cut, you're out of the running. Buckle up. The competition gets more intense as you close in on the checkpoints. You've got to drive to survive in Knockout Tour. So keep your eyes on the prize and aim for first place. Items can drastically change the outcome of a race. Here are some new items that'll help you out. Coin shell. When you throw a coin shell, coins will appear. Now's your chance to grab them. Just don't let your rivals cash in first. Ice flower. With the ice flower, you can freeze out rivals and send them spinning. Hammer. Aim the hammer in an arc and nailed it. Hammers also stay on the course for a short time and can be used to block off rivals. Mega Mushroom. With the Mega Mushroom, go big so your rivals will go home. Feather. Use the feather to jump up and avoid attacks. You may even discover some unexpected routes. Comic. With Comic's magic, your rivals will transform. What other mysterious effects will happen? You'll have to see for yourself. The lower your placement, the more likely you are to find items that'll turn the tables. So when you get items, go for it! And if you're new to the Mario Kart series, there are added support features to help you along the way. These include Smart Steering, which helps you stay on the course. Tilt controls, where you can hold the Joy-Con 2 controller horizontally and use motion controls to steer. And if you have the Joy-Con 2 wheel, you can feel like you're really driving. Ooh, how about a quick break? A snack sounds good right about now. Hey, look, it's a drive-thru. Here at Yoshi's, you can grab an order to go. Dash food. Take a bite and you can unlock outfits inspired by your meal. Eat some sushi and whoa, nice threads. Once unlocked, these outfits can be selected from the character selection screen. Who knows what dishes or outfits you'll find? Make a pit stop and check out these drive-thrus all around the world. That was a nice detour. Now let's get back to the action. Let's introduce some new tricks that'll help you ace each race. Charge jump. You can now use a charge jump by holding the drift button while driving straight ahead. Charge and release to jump. Use this to leap over obstacles. Grind along power lines. And dodge attacks from your rivals. And if you jump toward a wall, you can wall ride for a short period of time. Chain some tricks together, and you may even reach places like this. Ah, so close. Almost there. Whenever this happens, be kind and rewind. This will return your vehicle to its original position. Nice, made it. This can come in handy when mapping out how to best approach a course. Keep in mind, though, your rivals will still move normally when you rewind, so don't lose your lead. Want to take a spin in even more races? In time trials, it's you against the clock. Here you can race without any other competitors. If you go online, you can download and compete against ghost data from racers around the world. Customize the rules of the road in Versus Race. You can use the classic rule set of running 3 laps within the same course, or you can choose to drive the distance from one course to another. You can even take the road less traveled and choose routes that aren't in Grand Prix or Knockout Tour. Up to 24 drivers can now compete in 2, 3, or even 4 teams. Group up and get ready to put the pedal to the metal. Next up, Battle Mode. Pop off locally or online in Balloon Battle. Use items to burst your rivals' balloons. Pop them all and your rivals out. And Coin Runners, where you can go for the gold by collecting the most coins. Race or battle, enjoy whatever drives you. When you're not racing, you can enjoy free roam and go wherever your heart takes you. No roads? No problem. Ride the rivers. See the seas. Drive the desert. Or jump off from way up here. You can go wherever you like, even to the edges of the world. Hey, there's a P-switch over there. Hit hundreds of P-switches you find across the world to start missions. By completing them, you can hone your driving ability outside of races. There are also hidden coins, hidden panels, and more. So take the scenic route and explore. Also, during free roam, you can take photos whenever you like. Strike a pose. Look at the camera. Choose a frame to decorate, and nice. That one's a winner. If one person has Mario Kart World, up to 4 players can race in split screen on the same system. The game also supports local wireless play. Up to 8 players, with up to 2 players on each system, can race together this way. And up to 24 players from around the world can join a race or battle in online play. This may look like free roam, but this is where you'll wait while your friends join you. Looks like someone's arrived. Yep, you can meet up with your crew anywhere in this world. By checking the map, you can quickly see where your friends are and travel to their location. Battle or race with custom rules. Or just go for a ride together. Make this road trip your own. You can also take photos together along the way, if that's more your speed. With Game Chat, enjoy an expanded experience by talking online with friends. Use the built-in microphone to voice chat while driving together.
Yeah, let's go.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Check this out. Nice. Are you kidding me?
Or take a back seat and watch each other's game screens.
Oh.
If you have a Nintendo Switch 2 camera, You can enjoy seeing your friends' reactions while playing together. Who's close by? Wait, who just passed me? You'll be able to tell in an instant. Aim a shell and bullseye. And when playing together in person on the same system, a single camera can detect up to 4 people's faces. Enjoy the view and get ready to face off with your friends. A transcontinental race around the world is just around the corner in Mario Kart World, available exclusively on Nintendo Switch 2. A hardware bundle that includes a digital version of Mario Kart World will also be available.
Let's go!
Mario Kart World on Nintendo Switch 2 is the first new home console Mario Kart in 10 years. Logan and I got to play a ton of it today on Switch 2 hardware, and we loved it, and we can't wait to tell you all about it, so let's go. Okay, so Mario Kart World's big new thing is the massive interconnected open world. It's really cool, it's really beautiful, and we both loved it. Tell me about it, Logan.
Yeah, it's so different than anything that Mario Kart has done before. You're not just on a track and doing 3 laps anymore, and it's even bigger than something like Mount Wario from Mario Kart 8 where you're doing 3 different segments. You start at one course, and you are driving in different segments to the next course. If track A is Moo Moo Meadows and track B is Shy Guy Bazaar, you start in this rolling start at Moo Moo Meadows, and then you are driving on the world map on these interconnected highways to get to Shy Guy Bazaar, and then the race ends with 1 full lap at Shy Guy Bazaar. So it is entirely different, it's really interesting, and it was tough to kind of wrap our head around at first because it is so different than anything they've done before, but it's really ambitious, really fun, and really cool.
Really like the sort of Forza Horizon style open world driving game approach. We got to poke around a lot in this world. It's huge, and there's hidden secrets, collectibles everywhere. You can drive a boat now as your cart into the sea, and there was just like this big huge cloud blowing wind at me, maybe telling me to back off. I found this other area where there's just a bunch of coins tucked behind this little ridge. There's grind rails and stuff that you can interact with, or you can just hang out and take pictures with friends or whatever you want to do. The thing I'm wondering is sort of like, what's the hook? What's the loop of like finding these coins? Do we get to spend them in a shop, unlock carts or characters or costumes? Like there's so much you can do with that.
Yeah, it is a lot like Forza Horizon. In some ways, it's not a fully open world, right? There are these tracks that you're heading to the next place on. But I think that Nintendo fans will remember Diddy Kong Racing, and that had this hub world that you drove around back on N64, and there were balloons to find and things like that. And when we were in a lobby waiting for our race to start and just kind of free roaming, I saw this glowing gold peach coin that I couldn't get to, and we don't really know what that is. Maybe it unlocks costumes or different outfits or some unlockable for Peach. Yeah, I think there's gonna be stuff to do in the free roaming open world, and something else I liked about it is that was the lobby now. That is the loading screen. You're not staring at your me standing on just planet Earth anymore like Mario Kart 8. You are driving around practicing. There's a rewind button. Like if you want to go back, just like Forza, you can just rewind and you could go like all the way back to the very beginning of where you started. So it's going to be more fun when you're waiting for lobbies to fill with 24 people now, not 12 people now, that you'll have something to do.
A brand new race across the entire world starts here.
I want to talk a bit about characters in this game. There are tons of them. We went through the entire character select screen. So there's not only all the classic Nintendo characters or Mario characters specifically, but also alternate costume versions of them. And that plays sort of interestingly because you can also find power-ups in the race, largely centered around food. You can get food, and that food changes and alters your looks and your costume, which potentially gives you different sort of mechanics that you can use in the game.
On the character select screen, there's all the characters, Mario, Luigi, Donkey Kong, all the rest. And then there were alternate versions of them. There was like Cowboy Mario and like Athletic Donkey Kong or something like that. And they had different costumes. We don't really know if they impacted their stats. We're not entirely sure yet. You could pick one of these different costumes, but then you find one of these special power-ups, and it almost looks like a Wonder Flower effect from Super Mario Bros. Wonder when this food is taking over your character, and then you pop out in a different costume.
My favorite new character that I got to play as a bunch today, I kept picking, was Cow from Moo Moo Meadows from N64 Mario Kart. One thing we did notice was that there are a bunch of characters that you can't choose that do appear in the races next to you, like Monty Mole or the Piantas from Super Mario Sunshine or the Conch Doors from Super Mario 3D World. So Logan, you think we'll be able to unlock all those guys eventually?
Yeah, I have to think so. Maybe that's one of the incentives to the open world and the others.
So I want to talk about some of the new items we got to experience today, because a lot of the classic ones are back, but some new ones are really fun. One of them are just hammers from the Hammer Brothers. You just throw hammers at people like you're a psycho in Home Depot. I thought those were great. There's also a punchable coin block that you can launch above your head. You hit it a bunch of times, you get a bunch of coins. But there's also altered versions of classic items, such as the lightning bolt, which you noticed.
Yeah, the lightning bolt is way different in World. Instead of, Mario Kart 8, if you're in first place and you get zapped, you're probably shrunk for 30 seconds maybe. In World, it seemed like everybody was zapped and came back to full size pretty quickly. So just a balancing thing. I think they had to make a lot of core changes just to the Mario Kart DNA because of 24 racers. That changes a lot of stuff, and I think items is one place where that happened. And we also saw you no longer have to hold the item button to drag a shell behind your butt anymore. Like if you're in first place, you want to protect yourself with a banana or a green shell from oncoming red shells or whatever else is coming your way, you would have to hold that button. The rep that was there said, oh no, it just drags automatically now. And it's not just shells and defensive items. Everything drags behind you. I did ram into one with a single mushroom and it gave me a boost. Yeah, presumably you can just slam into CPUs with whatever's behind them and something will trigger, which is really cool.
We also got to play on a bunch of different courses today. What were some of your favorites?
Yeah, what's really cool is that there were definite remixes of classic Mario Kart courses in here, and even some turns and segments that were ripped straight from old Mario Kart games, but just remixed a little bit. Like Dino Dino Jungle from Double Dash is here, but it's different. The music plays, it's a remix of that track, and you go through the same turns with the geysers that boil over and launch you into the air. There's retro tracks, but not in the sense that, hey, we plucked this from Mario Kart DS and we remade it here. It's we took this theme, this idea, this motif, and kind of just remixed it a little bit to fit this entirely new formula. They were all really, really good.
Introducing Knockout Tour.
Knockout Tour is the brand new non-stop 6-race, 24-player Fortnite-style Battle Royale Mario Kart mode, and it feels so right. This takes place in the open world, so you can hang out in the open world, launch into this, and while you're waiting for the game to populate, you just hang out, drive around, collect stuff, do your open world stuff. Little by little, eventually, characters will start to pop in, and they'll all choose a Grand Prix that they want to race on, or a set of courses. Those votes are then tallied, and then you jump into that race, and then immediately from there, you're going as fast as possible, and you have to make it through checkpoints at a certain point in the race. Like if you're in, you have to be in the top 20 or you get eliminated. And things happen so fast. They're so chaotic and so crazy. I love this mode so much.
Yeah, it is super fun. And this is a bigger commitment than your standard 2 to 3 minute Mario Kart race. This is 10-ish minutes probably for the whole thing. It's 6 segments, and you're driving from one track to the second, to the third, to the fourth, to the fifth, to the sixth. You're not stopping and doing an individual lap at that circuit. You're just driving kind of the in-between areas. So a very different take. You're not going to see anything twice in this race because it is a linear path from start to finish, like a 10-minute long Mount Wario, essentially. And it's super fun. It feels like F-Zero, where every moment is intense. It's not just about winning the race at the end and maybe you get a lucky bullet bill. It is lap 3. I am in 16th place. I need to be in 12th place. Can I get there? You're trying to pass people, and there's 12 people behind you trying to pass you. And you, Brian, had a really unlucky one the first time we tried this. You went to like 3rd to 22nd, which is something you can say now in Mario Kart World. It's crazy. Adding 24 characters to the track just makes it so chaotic.
It happened so fast I was just jaw-dropped, stunned, and all I could do was laugh. This is going to lead to some of the funniest moments in Mario Kart history, and I cannot wait for it. Mario Kart World launches day and date on Nintendo Switch 2 when the system launches, and it's going for $80. And I don't want to dwell on it too much, but I have to get it off my chest that this feels just a little weird. We loved what we played today. All the modes are great. All the characters are awesome. It didn't really scream, this justifies $80 to me. It just really feels like Nintendo knows that this is one of the best-selling franchises of all time. But why is this game $80?
It's a tough pill to swallow, especially when something like Donkey Kong Bonanza, which looks equally amazing, is $70. It's just just a very inconsistent pricing structure from Nintendo, and we're seeing what their upgrades to $10 for some, $20 for another. And Mario Kart being the first $80 Nintendo game, yeah, I'll easily get $80 worth of value out of it, but it is a tough pill to swallow for a game so aimed at families, and it just makes me wonder, is Animal Crossing gonna be $80? Splatoon, the next Zelda, like, it's opening a can of worms that we'll see how Nintendo proceeds, and if in 1 year they add 8 new tracks for free, I'll feel great about that purchase. But if they come out and add a DLC pass where I'm putting more money into Mario Kart World, I don't know how people are gonna feel about that, so it's an interesting one for sure.
Yeah, I feel like if this thing came bundled with like a year of Nintendo Switch Online or some sort of season pass content, something that made it feel like, hey, this is, we're really getting a bang for the buck here, it'd be a little easier to handle. But right now, it kind of stinks. It's the only real negative we have about Mario Kart World so far, which otherwise feels, looks, and plays fantastic. But that's Mario Kart World, one of the many games we played here at the Nintendo 2 Switch preview event in New York City. We also went hands-on with the hardware, so go check out that video. Logan, thank you so much for all things Nintendo Switch 2, Mario Kart World, and the cow eating other cows. Stick with IGN.
Decide to step up to this kind of play. This kind of fun.
Bully!
This kind of experience.
Hey guys.
Nice jacket, Paul.
Why are you dressed like you're in a boy band?
Seriously? My Super NES commercial from the 90s with my long black duster, indie rocked hair, and beaded necklace? Now we're playing with power. Come on.
Hi, Uncle Paul.
Lisa.
I can't wait to tell my class how I clowned you guys.
That's a lot of lip out of you, Lisa. Time for our thumbs to do the talking. Let the games begin. Lisa, how are you going that fast? You don't even have an actual driver's license. Let me show you a little something I learned in the 1900s.
Ooh, you can ride rails now?
I'll be honest with you, that was purely accidental.
You boomers are cute, but you're gonna lose.
Don't be so sure, Lisa. I take tons of supplements. She's on a wall. She's on a wall.
Lisa, get down. You're not allowed to be up there. My head is a burger, and you know what that means? I don't exactly. It means something good. No.
Yes!
Lisa!
I'm gonna feel that tomorrow.
You know, guys, it's nice playing with power, but this is better because now we're playing together. Super together.
Uh-oh. He's doing a voice.
Nintendo Switch 2. All together, anytime, anywhere.
And these new features, being able to play with like your friends or your family. And it's also, it's great too, because you can take this with you. Places like being on set, all of that is conducive.
In 1991, Nintendo teamed up with Paul Rudd to create one of the most iconic video game commercials of all time, and because the world can be a great place sometimes, they're doing it again for 2025 and Nintendo Switch 2. Here to tell me all about it is Paul Rudd. Hey, Paul.
Hi, how's it going, Brian?
So, 34 years after your first commercial together, you and Nintendo have somehow done it again, and it's very, very funny. How on earth did this new one come together?
Well, Nintendo reached out to me. I got a real kick out of this idea. I remember shooting the original one very well, and it was one of my very first jobs. And I just thought that this idea that they had about redoing it was really funny, and it would be fun. And it just kind of came about like that.
Hi, Uncle Paul.
Lisa.
I can't wait to tell my class how I clowned you guys.
That's a lot of lip out of you, Lisa. Time for our thumbs to do the talking.
The original one went viral out of nowhere like 7 or 8 months ago, it just got this whole new life, which was amazing to see. I was telling my friends about this and they were like, yes, I love that commercial so much. So it's very cool that it's back. What was it like getting in that wardrobe again, the hair, the big black jacket, all of that? I feel like people could pull that off in 2025 because fashion is sort of cyclical now.
Sure, I can't. In the original, the hair, that really was my hair. And this one, I mean, we were really trying to go for the look, but I remember it all and it was making me laugh. I want to say that maybe even in the original one, that might have been my own beaded necklace, which, I think is long gone.
Like you brought it with you to the set and they're like, yeah, sure, that works.
Yeah, they're like, that seems cool, man. Let's go with that.
Did it make you miss the 90s doing this again?
You know what? It did. It made me, I think it made me nostalgic in all of the right ways. Like I said, I remember playing that. I remember shooting that commercial, and so it is nostalgic, but then they're playing this new, the Nintendo Switch 2, and then all of these kinds of updates to the games and the Mario Kart World, and now seeing like my buddies down below on it. Like it did have this feel of nostalgia, but it kind of with all leaning toward the future, and it was kind of fun to see both of those things hit at the same time.
That's awesome.
Guys, it's nice playing with power, but this is better because now we're playing together.
Super together.
Uh-oh. He's doing a voice.
So you were in your early 20s in 91. What were your video game habits like back then? I mean, you grew up in a really good time. Were you playing Nintendo since you were a kid? Did you go to arcades growing up?
Yes, there was an arcade not far from my house, and it was like the greatest thing ever to be able to go to the arcade. I mean, I remember playing the original Donkey Kong, and that was my favorite. And it was also so different than any other game. I remember being really young and playing it. So it was always very exciting if I was able to go to an arcade and my parents dropped me off and I'd have $5 and I could play as many games as possible.
Was that your earliest Nintendo memory? Like weirdly playing Donkey Kong in a pizza parlor in Jersey City, New Jersey was like my first Nintendo memory, and it just set me on a path of loving their stuff forever. Was that it for you?
It was Donkey Kong for sure. Because I was of the generation, I really saw so many developments and so many of these games and how the technology really started to change. I mean, I remember vividly Donkey Kong being so unique and so much fun and mind-blowing. And that was the game for me. That was the one that I loved the most.
Yeah, it felt like it sort of had a story. Well, it was a story about like somebody getting kidnapped, but it was still a story, which was great. What's your favorite thing about Super Mario? Like he's just this wonderful character. I think he's just been there forever. For me, it's like I'm Italian and kind of chubby, so I've always been like, that's my dude right there.
It's a character that's now just kind of, I feel like, worked its way into just the culture. It's like Mario's always been there for us,
So you make movies constantly, which means you travel like a ton for work. The Switch and Switch 2 are basically perfect for that.
Yeah.
What are your kind of modern video game habits now? Do you get some time with the Switch here and there?
No, I'm really excited for the Switch 2, Nintendo Switch 2, for that reason. And it's also pretty great in that I do travel with this job and these new features, being able to play with like your friends or your family. Remember when I would be away and I get to FaceTime with my kids? Like now it'll be this, which is even more fun. And it's also, it's great too, because you can take this with you. It's like being on set. All of that it's conducive.
We have a massive gaming audience at IGN, pretty much the biggest. And they're all really excited for Switch 2. They're all probably really envious because you've played it and a lot of them haven't. What's your favorite thing about Switch 2?
I thought about it while we were doing it too. Every once in a while, I find myself, it's the weirdest, craziest job where every once in a while I will find myself in settings or in situations where I think, wow, I'm really seeing in person what I know so many people are curious about and will be excited when it comes out. And this was one of those. And to get to play it was really exciting. And it was also, you could see even amongst the crew, there were guys wearing Nintendo t-shirts, they were crew. They couldn't stop looking at the TV. And, I talked to them a little bit about it. Everyone was pretty excited.
Yeah, I got to play it 2 weeks ago in New York City for the first time, and just holding it, I was like, whoa,
yeah.
I'm holding a Switch 2.
When you decide to step up to this kind of play, this kind of fun.
You mentioned playing Mario Kart with your kids. I wanted to ask you sort of your general strategy on that. I'm a dad, and I tend to go easy when I play Mario Kart with my kid. Is that good? Should you do that? Do you hold back, or do you just go, hey, you know what? This is a learning moment here?
I think all parents are faced with this kind of decision, whether it's, if you're outside playing sports or whatever it is, like what do you let up? I think my kids are so much better at all of this stuff than I am. And so no, I would never take it easy. Personally, I would try my hardest and still get kind of whooped, most likely.
Do you have a favorite character so far in Mario Kart?
We would be filming the commercial, and then as they had to set up a new shot or something, I would still have it. So I would just start playing it. And then I'd get so into it and they say, okay, we're ready. Let's go to do the next shot. And I have to put it down to play for the commercial. And it was like, I need 5 more minutes. And I was like trying to play with all of the different characters. And, you know, it was a fine line where reality and art did seem to kind of merge.
Did you say at the end of this, like, do I have to give this back?
I was really hoping when it was all done to say, here you go.
Here you go, a few months early.
Yeah, they didn't.
That would have been, you wouldn't want to have carried that around. People would have been like, I need that.
Like everybody else, I'll be getting it right when it comes out.
Yeah.
Lisa, how are you going that fast? You don't even have an actual driver's license. Let me show you a little something I learned in the 1900s.
There were 34 years between your first 2 Nintendo console ads. Do you think you'll return for a third one in 2059?
That's a question for some of the other people that are probably on this Zoom with us.
I think you should do it. Do it with like gray hair and, you know, turn on the fan with a cane and all that.
Hey, I kept the coat.
Bring back the beads. Well, Paul, thank you so much. Go check out Paul's brand new Switch 2 ad. It's out right now, and get the Nintendo Switch 2 when it comes out. And for all things video games and beaded necklaces and very long coats and little fans and smoke machines in your apartment, stick with IGN.
Nice jacket, Paul.
Why are you dressed like you're in a boy band?
Seriously? My Super NES commercial from the 90s with my long black duster, indie rocked hair, and beaded necklace? Now we're playing with power. Come on.
The Oboro clan, the legendary ninja clan, led by Joe Musashi, long defended the world from evil. Until that fateful day. The first strike fell without warning. Flames devouring his village. In the shadows of the forest, they revealed themselves. E&E Corp. Lord Ruse, their leader, vowed to finish what he started and wipe out the Oboro clan for good. Joe fought, but what awaits him is far worse than he imagined. His village reduced to ashes, his clan turned to stone. When the war found its way to his doorstep, Lord Ruse struck again. In his darkest hour, Joe meets an unexpected ally. Together, they will track down Ruse, knowing that he is a greater threat than any enemy Joe has ever faced before. He possesses a power beyond compare. He wields a stolen artifact, granting him immortality, and nothing can stand in his way. The battle for vengeance begins now. The Oboro clan's fate rests in Joe's hands.
but you're so supreme. I give my life, not for honor, but for you. In my time, there'll be no one else. Crime, it's the way I fly to you. I'm still in a dream, snake eater. Someday you go through the rain, and someday you'll feed on a tree frog. This ordeal, the trial to survive for the day we see new light. I give my life, not for honor, but for you. In my time, there'll be no one else. Crime, it's the way I fly to you. I'm still in a dream, snake eater. I'm still in a dream, snake eater.
Colonel, tighten the security on this place. He's coming here, I'm sure of it. America is out to destroy the Shagohod and get its hands on your inheritance. The Philosopher's legacy. Then they're out to kill me as well.
What's the story between you and the boss?
She was like a mother, and my master.
The Cobras will take care of him.
Do you hear me, Snake?
We are the sons of the boss.
I see it. The fear.
A great and terrible fury at being alive. A host of sorrows. And you are one of them.
Why'd you come back? There's nothing for you here. Go home. Go back to your boss.
I still have the Shagohod and the legacy. There is nothing America can do to stop us. I'm not finished yet!
If your favorite part of The Hobbit and the Lord of the Rings books or movies is the time spent in the Shire, the lush, verdant, and hilly home of the habitually hungry halflings who live in holes, albeit well-decorated ones, known as hobbits, then I've got good news for you. Tales of the Shire might make you very happy, regardless of whether or not you already play and enjoy the cozy genre. I played an all too brief 20 minutes or so split across 2 save files, one from the beginning of the game after the character creation, and another from around halfway through. My takeaway after that time was exactly what I was hoping for heading into the hands-on. That Tales of the Shire is shaping up to be a relaxing, no pressure, no drama escape into the Hobbit hillside, where your biggest worry is getting a new recipe just right so you can make a new friend in town. First, I love the art style in Tales of the Shire. It's bright, sunny, and overall just pleasant, as it should be. The village feels big without feeling overwhelming or annoying to navigate, and on that note, I adore the designer's twist on the compass or arrow pointing you in the direction of your current objectives that so many games use, or to compare it to another charming fantasy game, the Golden Breadcrumb Trail in Fable. Here, when you've marked a destination on your map, adorable birds will land on fence posts or tree branches ahead of you every 50 feet or so, literally pointing with their beaks in the direction you're supposed to go. It's a great, unintrusive touch that keeps you looking at the beautiful game world rather than constantly pulling up the map. Music, too, is as mellow and delightful as you'd expect. I saw the basics of the cozy gameplay mechanics during my demo. Cooking, building relationships with your fellow hobbits, as well as both interior design and landscape architecture. The latter two are the most simple, mechanically speaking, but also allow you to most customize your hobbit home. Outside, I picked up a watering can from the garden, refilled it in the adjacent stream, which, by the way, you can also fish out of in other locations like off of a bridge, and then set about watering the plentiful amount of vegetables in my garden. This, I should add, was the mid-game save that already had a rather impressive garden planted and thriving. From there, you can, if you choose, rearrange the placement of your plant beds however you see fit. So if you want to have a nice, unspoiled lawn on one side of your hobbit hole and cram all of your plants into a dense garden on the other, go for it. Inside the house, meanwhile, you can do the same micromanagey levels of home decoration. You can move rugs, tables, chairs, anything that isn't part of the foundation, really. Although even there, you've got options. You can choose the style of your walls, from wood patterns to wallpaper, but it goes deeper than that. You can even rearrange individual pieces of fruit on tables and individual books on your bookshelf. As for cooking, that's where the most gameplay I saw factored in. Hobbits love to eat, of course, so the best way to make new friends and improve your relationships with hobbits you already know is to cook a meal for them. That first involves getting new recipes. After you've received an invitation in the mail for the meal, that is, effectively it's how you get quests, then gathering all of the correct ingredients, and finally bringing everything together in the kitchen. You can choose how chunky or smooth you cut some things by pressing A certain number of times. A more complicated cooking moment I experienced involved adding just the right amount of salt in order to spice up the recipe just right, indicated by a plotted point on a small chart in the corner of the interface. All in all, Tales of the Shire was exactly what I was hoping it would be. A zero-stakes, relaxing time spent in the Shire. This game is set after The Hobbit, but before The Lord of the Rings, so the scouring of the Shire is still far, far away. But hopefully, Tales' release is much closer in 2024. For more on Tales of the Shire, check out the original announcement trailer, and for everything else in the world of video games, cook up a second breakfast with IGN.
Tolkien's plan, really from the very outset, was to create a complete mythology. But he said, I'm going to leave areas that are only sketched in, like blank spaces on the map. And I want other minds and hands wielding art and paint and drama to come in and take over the story. The heart of the game is love, fellowship, the love of the Shire, the love of community, the love of good food, good tilled earth, and the desire to protect and enjoy nature.
You're coming into Biowar as a new hobbit and trying to find your place within that group, but also you're exploring what it means to be part of a beautiful landscape and making that your new home.
We're making a little pocket where that kind of life is preserved and anyone can come and experience that. It's the kind of life that makes Middle-earth worth saving.
Weta Workshop's history with the Tolkien world, it stretches such a long way back. Those early days working on Lord of the Rings, 7 years, living and breathing in Middle-earth, it's such a long journey.
Something like Tales of the Shire is really big for us. It's taken multiple years, it's taken a lot of people, and we don't want to fall short of the expectation we have on ourselves, so therefore hopefully won't fall short on the expectations of our players.
As a game studio, it's incredibly unique and this incredible privilege to be able to literally walk 150 meters down the road into an actual armory and talking to master craftspeople, swordsmiths about what was the forge situation in 19th century England and, you know, what kind of alloys would they have been using that's so special and unique to us.
Tales of the Shire has been our opportunity to tell our little slice of the story through our specific lens, to create this virtual world with a very unique visual style. We didn't want to copy things that have been done before. We wanted to complement and find our own language of design. Steve Lambert, one of our wonderful and senior designers, took on that task, and he has done an extraordinary job.
The art style of the game came from my experiences of The Hobbit as a child and the books that I had growing up. And I was really influenced by artists like Singer Sargent and people like that who, you know, there's a certain kind of simplicity and elegance in their work. This is a story that's kind of told in that kind of vein of The Hobbit rather than The Lord of the Rings, and the world is yet to sort of become a dark and kind of menacing place, and it was trying to reflect that. And we want to carry that through with the art style. It's quite a challenge with how much is out there in the world now, with the impression that it's made in the zeitgeist of what Middle-earth and that kind of world looks like and feels like. So we had to make a fresh and unique attempt at imagining that again.
The game is very specific to the places that Tolkien refers to in his writing. The trees are all trees that you would find in the UK, and the shape of the landscape with those beautiful rolling hills. But here in Aotearoa, we're huge lovers of the natural world, and I think that inspires us as well as artists, that love of being outside, of looking around, of being in nature.
There are quests throughout the game that get you to really notice nature or respond to things in nature. You'll plant different things in different seasons, and keeping an eye on what nature is doing and planning your life around that. Everyone should probably take a moment every day to just, sit down and have a look around and appreciate a tree or something, but we don't always get that chance.
For me, when I want to lose myself in a fantasy world, thoughtful detail, depth of thought in that world is kind of critical, and that's something that I really love about this. Weta Workshop has this world-building ethos beyond what you see on screen, and to think of them as real places, to imagine why things look the way they do, what's the cultural background for it, what's the history, what's the wider world that informs them. And I think all of that comes together beautifully to create such an immersive experience. The more you look, the more you see, and the more you appreciate how much thought's gone into creating it.
Nothing's really new in Tolkien's world. Everything's been built in the past. And I think that also applies to Hobbits. Like, some new stuff is still being made, but there's a lot of care and love to maintain and restore what's already there. Despite it being stylized, it's still, everything's grounded. Even like the craftsmanship, the textiles, the way everything's made, it's still very grounded. Steve had done a bunch of work and he kind of landed on what he wanted the environment to look like. So I was brought in to figure out what the characters look like. And I essentially just drew what my dream game would be. I drew this, what I felt cool, what I felt cute, what I felt cozy. I'm drawing in my own art style, so it's really comfortable. And luckily Steve loves my stuff. So it was very easy just to keep the ball rolling.
For any good story, you need to have a conflict. You need to have a problem for the player, the viewer, the reader to solve. So we're like, well, what kind of problem will hobbits have? Because hobbits do not have very big problems. They are a people of kind of a small town mentality. Everything important for them happens in their own little village. So that was very challenging for us. We didn't want this game to be about the actual big problems in Lord of the Rings. We wanted to set that to the side and be like, okay, well, let's actually spend time in Bywater. What would we be doing there?
You know, I came to this job as an experienced Tolkien scholar and enthusiast for Tolkien's work and as a playwright and a screenwriter. But I didn't want to just take the books as my only point of inspiration. What I wanted to do was go back and actually look at Tolkien's life and what inspired Tolkien and what affected him. And it's things like the urbanization of the landscape of his childhood and his love of trees. It was looking at the effect that the First World War had on him, about what happened to his country after that time and how some of its values, the really positive things that were important to him, seemed to be being lost, and he wanted to preserve them or to champion them again. So I was taking all those ideas and then using that as my point of inspiration. Tales of the Shire is set in Bywater, not in Hobbiton, but Bywater is effectively part of Hobbiton. And I struggled for a bit to work out what to call it, because, you know, I need to write things down, and is it a village? So it's not really a village, it's kind of just part of Hobbiton, right? And then I realised I had my story. People like Farmer Cotton, who are fiercely proud of Bywater, want Bywater to be a village. But people like Sandyman the Miller, because he's an antagonistic character, he wants it to be part of Hobbiton, because it's Hobbiton Mill, and he sells his flour from Hobbiton Mill. And that is our story. Some of our characters are canonical. Farmer Cotton, Sandyman the Miller, Old Noakes, Rosie Cotton, Young Tom Cotton. These are characters that are in the books. So they're part of the world. So it was then taking, okay, what do we have of them, and then developing it further. As you talk to more of the characters, you get to know them better. You eat with them and give them the food they like, and your relationship improves. They start to open up to you about their lives, and really hope that the things that the characters say are really quite illuminating. They kind of really flesh out the characters. And hopefully there's a few surprises in there that people go, oh, that's really interesting.
We're really inspired by that sort of nostalgic sense of what the hobbits were, a people and a place that is all about the natural world, and to try and give that sense of delight and comfort and home to our player.
All the things that are good and wholesome and wonderful and make you feel positive about Middle-earth, they're all the values that J.R.R. Tolkien was espousing when he came up with this world. They're what's at stake when you go on these mighty quests and all that kind of stuff. But at the heart of the Tales of the Shire, it's about community and about connection and about appreciating the world around you.
I hope that you see and you can feel the heart and the soul that has gone into the game. We're such huge Tolkien fans that we really wanted to create something that was so true to that and that would feel really authentic.
It's exciting to be at this point, thinking that we're putting a piece of Middle-earth out into the world, seen through a Weta Workshop lens, and hopefully will be embraced warmly by the people that choose to play it.
There are many tales of Middle-earth. Tales of courage and brave deeds in dark times. But that is not our story. For this is one of new beginnings. These are our tales of the Shire. Hobbits really are amazing creatures.
This is the headquarters of our humble operation, the bridge of the DHV Magellan. It's always like this when the DHV Magellan's on the move. Meet Tarman, our resident doctor and geophysicist. He's also the captain and pilot, in case you hadn't noticed. And a fellow doom sufferer. The nav console offers a direct connection to the tar currents. The downside being that we all have to bathe in caralium.
Happy to have you aboard, Sam. You'll have to excuse me if I don't shake your hand.
You steer this ship solo?
Yeah, though the computer does most of the work.
So this is a submarine?
Spot on. We dive into the tar and use it to travel underground.
Just beneath the surface of the Earth, there are currents we can ride almost anywhere.
So what's your role in all this?
Me? I make sure Drawbridge's grand plans go off without a hitch.
So you're the commander?
That's right. These days I'm fragile in name only.
The child's name. Hello? Excuse you. I too am a member of Drawbridge, believe it or not. It is an honor, Sam.
Little puppet?
What? Puppet? No, no! No, I am alive, and my own master.
This is Dahlman. A man whose cow wound up stuck inside a... Well, you get it. He used to be a spirit medium.
When I was still flesh and bone, of course. Regrettably, my transformation cost me my talents.
Blue, where are you?
Thank you. In the place where I came from, no one gave birth to babies. They just stayed inside their mother's bellies.
Well, in our world, babies are born and grow up to be adults. Or at least they're supposed to.
It's only natural that Tomorrow wouldn't understand. After all, she was living in the realm of the dead. I wouldn't expect children to be born into such a place.
But Rainy's baby will be born, right?
In due time, of course. Isn't that so?
I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Raindrops are falling on my head. And just like the guy whose feet are too big for his bed,
Nothing seems to fit. Those raindrops are falling on my head, they keep falling. So I just did me some talking to the sun.
Oh, that was terrible.
I thought it was pretty good, actually.
So you'll be a mother who gives birth to her baby.
Mm-hmm. And I just can't wait.
Talk about terrible, Sam. I've heard dogs with better tone.
Nearly 6 years after the release of director Hideo Kojima's Death Stranding, we finally played the sequel, Death Stranding 2, on the beach. While what we've played was not the final version of the game, the playable portions demonstrated a density and completeness you would expect from a final product. Fundamental elements such as movement, dialogue, and presentation are highly integrated, and the intention to expand upon the experience that the first game delivered, no pun intended, was evident throughout. 2019's Death Stranding transcended the framework of ordinary video games by metaphorically depicting cosmology and even anthropology through the act of delivery. It was a game that challenged the idea of human connection through refreshing gameplay mechanics that fundamentally re-examined the very act of movement. To me, Death Stranding was an undeniable masterpiece that delivered a viscous flow of concepts. Now that I've played its sequel for more than 30 hours, I'm starting to realize that it may have been only the beginning. Death Stranding 2 on the beach can be seen as an attempt to take the premises of the first game to the next level. While taking the player on a journey across the border of the United States of America, its symbolic depiction of connection feels more dynamic, yet less certain than its predecessor. What questions will this new journey of legendary delivery man Sam Porter Bridges bring, and how will they be answered? In the first game, Sam reconstructed connections between people while uncovering the truth behind Death Stranding, a mysterious phenomenon that caused disconnection between cities. Through Sam's journey of delivering supplies, players experienced movement in a way video games had not offered before, while the story gradually unfolded its views on life, death, and cosmological visions. The setting of Death Stranding 2 moves from the rebuilt UCA to the Mexican border region. The photorealistic graphics that meticulously depict Mexico's desolate land are nothing short of impressive. From the texture of the dried surface to faintly rippling sand dust and rocky mountains in the distance, the game's visuals drew me in right away. Photorealistic modelling and subtle facial expressions of characters have also largely improved from the first game, and the art style creates an aesthetic that transcends mere realism, forming a powerful foundation supporting the game's surrealistic worldview and story. The part that plays in Mexico functions more or less like a tutorial, not just in terms of gameplay but also story and settings. While the first game overwhelmed players with numerous terms and settings in its early hours, Death Stranding 2 is conscious of being accessible even without prior knowledge. The game also offers a recap mode in novel style, as well as a glossary function called Corpus, showing careful consideration for players who have not played the first game, or those who did but found it too complicated. I feel that the game design of Hideo Kojima's work often comes in 3 layers. For example, Metal Gear series gameplay consists of infiltration, danger, and stealth, while its movement can be divided into walking, crouching, and crawling. The same philosophy can also be seen in Death Stranding, where your Odradek scanning device visualizes terrain danger levels in 3 different colors. Death Stranding 2 follows the same rules. Just like in the original Death Stranding, once again the player has to manage cargo weight and balance while traversing unstable natural terrain. Footing must be secured on slopes while the center of gravity must be controlled to avoid being swept away in rapid water streams. The risk of cargo damage is present throughout the process, which makes traversing the world itself a nerve-wracking task. Constructions such as ropes and ladders can be used to traverse the world more conveniently. These infrastructures go beyond individual player experiences, as structures installed by other players are shared in the world by the social strands system. As you make use of ladders and bridges left by someone else, the solitary exercise of delivery gradually transforms into a more connected and social experience. In addition to highways, Death Stranding 2 allows the player to construct monorails too, which makes traversing its world a lot smoother. Highways and monorails require a lot of materials, forcing the player to utilize the game's mines to gather them. As a result, establishing trade routes has become more central to gameplay than it was in the first game. While traversing the world itself has become more convenient, as a new feature, the time of day also changes in real time, which causes additional challenges for Sam. These natural elements interfere with player actions in various ways, such as footing collapsing due to flooding and earthquakes, or visibility worsening in sandstorms and nightfall. The sequel also boasts more room for customization. The Porter grade indicates Sam's current proficiency in a more direct way, while skill points can be used to enhance stats and obtain new abilities. You can specialize in either delivery, movement, or combat skills. This shows that once again, Kojima is utilizing 3 layers of gameplay in which the player can tackle the game's missions and obstacles. While delivery, movement, and combat skills can all be customized, combat plays a greater role in Death Stranding 2. In the first game, combat was limited, and functioned merely as a way to secure supplies or to make your way through bases. Death Stranding Director's Cut already added infiltration missions into mule bases, but Death Stranding 2 builds more varied stages and systemized combat in the open world, seemingly as an extension to that. New human enemy forces such as bandits and armed survivalists appear, and their bases are designed as stages with simple 3-dimensional structures. BTs, or creatures that appear due to the Death Stranding phenomenon, also have new types. Larger BTs with stronger attacks make the combat more challenging than it was in the first game. Combat has become more tactical as well. By throwing a speaking doll, called Dollman, you can observe the insides of bases from above to grasp enemy placement and movement lines. While close combat remains important, remote stealth attacks with the blood boomerang, precision shooting with sniper rifles, and utilizing assault rifles and grenade launchers give the player a multitude of new options. It's even possible to put down Sam's backpack, allowing for more agile and nimble movement by completely separating him from his cargo. Weight management directly connects to mobility, which greatly enhances tactical flexibility. Whether to engage in direct combat, choose stealth, or avoid combat altogether, freedom of approach has increased when compared to the first game. You can even refund or use skill points, welcoming trial and error to find the playstyle that suits you best. As partially revealed in trailers, after a series of dramatic events, Sam will cooperate with Drawbridge, a civilian company established by Fragile. As the setting moves from Mexico to Australia, a new journey begins. A mobile base called DHV Magellan, named after the explorer Ferdinand Magellan who travelled around the world, functions as a hub for the player. As the name DHV Magellan suggests, the story steps into themes reminiscent of colonial domination. Furthermore, the rise of a private political organization called APAC shows similarities with the PMC depicted in Metal Gear Solid 4. Since I haven't witnessed the story to its conclusion, it is too early to speculate on how these motifs will come to fruition in the full game. In Death Stranding, people were isolated and only porters traversed the dangerous outside world, which many noted seemed to foresee the COVID-19 pandemic. In Death Stranding 2, the APAC seems to resonate with recent movements of America's Doge. With such eerie points of convergence with reality, I can't help but feel that there is a significance worth noting in contemporary times regarding how connections will be redefined in Death Stranding 2. Of particular note is the presence of actor Luca Marinelli, who plays a mysterious man. Both Marinelli's acting ability and the presentation of scenes he appears in leave a strong impression. The mystery of who this man is and why he stands in Sam's way will have players speculating for sure. Marinelli and his character are just as captivating as Mads Mikkelsen's Cliff was in the first game. One concern I had during my 30 hours with the game was that I realized that the trailers contained content that delves quite deeply into the main story, to the extent that a lot of what happened throughout the game I was already somewhat aware of. Could it be that too much has been given away in the trailers? Or is there a big surprise awaiting players when Death Stranding 2's full picture is revealed? We can only eagerly await the game's June 26th release. For more on Death Stranding 2 and everything else to do with games, keep it right here on RGG.
Attention passengers, base landing the tile is strictly prohibited.
One of my favorite features in the first Death Stranding was how you could get that little hover caddy thing, and you could put your mail and carry it around, or you could do sick tricks and ride it like a skateboard, which is a thing you can actually do in Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 3 and 4, which you, Nick Maye, played a whole bunch of. What's up with those skateboards?
Okay, so Tony Hawk 3 and 4, it is exactly, it's a remake, calling it a remaster, but let's be honest, it's a remake of Tony Hawk 3 and 4, as the name would suggest. One thing out of the gate, there is no campaign for Tony Hawk 4. I know that's made a lot of people really kind of about the game, but I can guarantee you it's really fun. It plays exactly like how you used to play the old games. It just, what was funny for me is that I haven't played them in almost, 20 years at this point. I'm old, I get it. And within like 4 or 5 minutes, I full muscle memory and just knew exactly where to go. And it's like very nostalgic, but it also feels super modern, if that makes sense. Like it's not as rough as if you went back and played them on the PS2, where you're like, oh, this was better when I was a kid.
How did it compare, I guess, to playing the first two remasters? Because I remember those looked, and I mean, they perform well. They perform as they play like the originals play, but there's still that kind of weird separation of like this looks like a brand new game, but it sort of controls like an older game. What did 3 and 4 do to sort of push things forward in terms of the Tony Hawk experience?
Yeah, I would say 3 and 4, I think are. I mean, it's pretty objectively at this point. Even if you go off like IGN's reviews and stuff, better games. The worlds are a lot bigger. The maps, they're just like everything's more fleshed out. There's a lot more to do. It's more wacky and zany.
The missions I remember being insane. Like I saw a little bit of this footage here. There was like a dude in a haunted house that turned into bats.
Yeah, he's the Slender Man, and you go up to him and he's like, "Oh, I need to get in this house." And you find an axe, and give it to him, and then he like gets dragged down to hell. But then you get another place where you can skateboard and a bunch of skeletons are like dancing and stuff, and I'm like, yeah, this is the insanity that I forgot these games had, because they got a bit more grounded later on with like Project 8 and stuff.
I gotta ask a quick spoiler, but I need to know the Canada level. It's back, right?
Yes.
Can you tip the man who is peeing on the edge of a mountain over the mountain still?
I couldn't find it.
Oh no!
But I also might have. I didn't play the Canada one that much because this is a personal preference. I don't like snow levels in games, as weird as that is. If there's snow, I tend to avoid it. And I'm like, I don't know why. I just feel cold.
What's wrong with you?
I feel Nick on that because I like snow biomes, but I hate deserts. And every game nowadays feels like they have to include 1 or 2 deserts, or a desert and a wasteland. And I'm so sick of it.
I mean, I get the desert because they're sort of desolate by by definition. But like, what's wrong with snow? I don't know. It's like a cool thing to show off. Like you get little snow drifts. You can see footprints. Maybe the people follow you.
I get wowed for a minute, and then I'm just like I'm watching this gameplay right now that I played, and I'm just like, it ruined Kingdom Hearts 3 for me when you're in the snow and Sora didn't wear a jacket, and I still think about that.
When you found out there's a whole Frozen level, you're like, oh no.
And all he says is like, if we run really fast, it'll be warm. Like that's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. Don't.
I didn't realize I was on a podcast with a bunch of synesthesia dudes.
I want to say I get it, but I don't. I just don't understand. I mean, snow levels are just, I feel like they're completely innocuous. Like there's the rare occasion where like, oh, you're going to slip on ice, or maybe the cold actually hurts you if you're not wearing the right outfit or whatever. But in like a skateboarding game, are you just mad because it looks like a snowboarding game?
It's just, I don't know. For me, skateboarding is, we're going to the beach or a haunted house, not in the snow. Nick did just point out the guy was peeing off the edge, and I do remember in the remake, that's a dude who's trying to take pictures of you.
Oh, they changed it from a peeing person to a photographer.
Yeah.
Interesting.
And those are the hardest missions, because like doing this really ancillary thing right now here, I'm like, I never get it. But
wait, so he's not peeing anymore? He's just a photographer? What?
Yeah, he's taking photos of you.
Interesting.
I was gonna say like, I love how like dudes peeing off of ledges was like a pretty groundbreaking thing in the PS2 era. They had that in like Metal Gear Solid 2. Really knocking down. Yeah, I don't know. Go figure. So yeah, this looks rad. I'm actually like way more interested in this. I went into 1 and 2 like I had fond memories of playing them as a kid, and then immediately jumping into the remakes, going, oh right, I suck. I completely suck at these games because they're like, I mean, the first ones are very. They're very like, they're all very score based, but I think what kind of missed me as like a middle schooler was that they're also effectively rhythm games. Like it really comes down to just nailing those combos. And are these a little more forgiving if you just want to kind of screw around? Because that's sort of what it sounds like.
Yeah, and it's a lot of it's to level design. 3 and 4 have much bigger, more open, more fun levels that aren't like, especially with 1 where you kind of have there's a path that you want to take that's optimal. These are a bit more open and more fun, and I found myself like doing a lot better than I did with the last remakes, just because the game's just a lot. It just summed up. It's just a better game. Yeah.
I mean, that's going from transitioning from the 64 and PS1 to PS2 back in the day for 3 and 4. Like that just afforded them so much more polygons and space on the disc to put more things, so we were able to make these stages better. So I love 1 and 2, but yeah, 3 was my favorite of all time. Plus we get Wolverine in 3, which I like 99.9% sure he's not coming back this time around, which is a bummer.
Don't think he is, but Bam Margera's back. So
yeah, that was a pretty big announcement that they had, right?
Yeah.
Because there was a lot of like question marks on whether or not he would be in the game, but no, it seems like they got him back. So good for them and good for him.
games and Hitman 3 and World of Assassination are excellent. But people feel all kinds of ways about James Bond's new look. Here, it's a very younger, it's a baby Bond.
Yeah, he's very baby.
Yeah.
He's too baby, I think.
Too baby. Okay.
So one of the appeals for me for James Bond is that he's someone who's already at the top of the game, right? Like he's got the 007 for a reason. And to have the origin story for James Bond feels a little strange. Like, I don't necessarily need to know where he came from. I just want him to go in and do his thing. And so it feels a bit of a strange place, but as you just said, like, it's hard not to trust IO Interactive with what they do with the Hitman games. So I'm interested to see what gameplay is like, but I don't really like James Bond's design. Like, his look does not scream iconic James Bond to me, which I know is hard when you're not doing like a person. They're like, this is our James Bond. I'm like, okay, he's not really, he just looks so generic.
Yeah.
Just like another guy with brown hair. And I'm like, oh, all right. But
Ryan, how are you feeling about First Light?
I want my baby Bond. No, I don't. I don't. I'm with you. He does just look generically American, weirdly.
Yeah.
The gameplay looked great, but and I'm gonna get over what he looks like. But yeah, you could see hints of it. You could definitely see some Hitman elements in it. I love the density of some of the crowds, which is something that IO has done really well in the Hitman games, of making you feel like you're in you're some giant party or something, and that's all stuff that a good Bond game needs too. So I have full confidence that they're going to nail the gameplay, and yeah, I'll get over the look of him. But yeah, could we have? He really could just be like a meme-generated James Bond at this point.
There was a detail that came afterwards that you're going to be able to replay levels with modifiers. So it sounds like there's going to be a lot of replayability, and they're really leaning into it sounds like it's going to be a video game, which I appreciate.
Yeah.
Michael, how are you feeling about First Light?
I saw James Bond and I was like, Drake? I thought it was an Uncharted game for a second.
Yeah.
I was like, oh right, it's 007, it's the James Bond game. But like Ryan, I think, I'll get used to it, because I think it's, IO they're so good. Like, I played all 3 Hitman games, World of Assassination, that freelancer mode they came out with. They're like geniuses when it comes to this style of game. But I do think that this game is going to be a test of their storytelling chops.
True.
Because Hitman didn't need too much of a story.
Yeah.
Your gameplay, your experience was kind of the story of Agent 47. This time they're working with a property that does not that James Bond has been groundbreaking stories, but there is a certain element to a James Bond game that you need to have a story around it that makes sense for that character. And I don't want to say they're unproven in that regard, but they do have a lot to prove as storytellers.
I mean, Kane and Lynch might have arguably been their last big story-driven game, and that was a long time ago.
I was even born.
Throwing it back in the Wayback Machine.
There was Kane and Lynch 2. Did they handle the sequel of that one too?
They did. Yeah,
Kane and
that's
Lynch
fair.
2. Okay, so 007, First Light, that one wasn't a surprise, but we've been waiting a long time to sort of get that big reveal. But I think what was a big surprise from the PlayStation Showcase this week was the Marvel fighting game, Marvel Tokon, which is coming from Arc System Works. So it's basically Marvel Guilty Gear, and it looks awesome. I know, I want Michael to weigh in on this one.
Oh my God, I saw this and I was like, wow, Marvel is going full anime style with this, and it is beautiful. I've been a huge fan of Arc System Works for many, many years. I played a lot of BlazBlue, I played a lot of Tekken, getting Token mixed up with Tekken. Sorry, Guilty Gear. I know my Arc System Works games. And I love going to EVO and getting beat 0-2, like I have every year. But this is the perfect marriage between Arc System Works stylings, and they're just locked in on that anime style in a 2D fighting game. But I think that brings out something we haven't seen in Marvel characters in so long. This style of expression. I see all of these Marvel characters who we've seen in so many movies and so many other games, but they do look different. They have a certain attitude and charisma to them, even if it's just a fighting game. And mechanically speaking, I haven't gotten to play it, of course, but I know how Arc System Works builds their games, and they're 4v4. That's the ambitious part, though. So I want to see how that plays out, but I do trust ArcSys.
Yeah, I do too. I think we were talking about this earlier. Miranda and I are both sort of casual fighting game fans. I always like to play the latest Mortal Kombat campaign when it comes out, and there's some Mortal Kombat news to go over too. But also, I think we're both appreciators of Japanese aesthetics.
Yes, absolutely. Like I think I'm not like a huge Marvel fan, but I always like to see what's coming up next. And this one, the design is so captivating. Like it's so cool to see their interpretations of these characters in their own universe. And I believe you're telling us a story about how them and Sony were talking about like, oh, we should make this like look like Marvel characters. It's like no, do your own. Do your own thing. Like we want this to look unique and be within your style, and I think they've really nailed it there. And also like the backgrounds, the aesthetics, it's peak, and I'm so excited to see who else they announce next.
I know. I'm excited for that one too. Ryan, there was an announcement that was a little bit controversial. It divided people, but I think you fell down on the positive side, and that's Thief VR.
Yeah, I mean, first, I don't need to go on record anymore about how underutilized and undersupported the PSVR 2 has been. But this game, Thief VR, is coming to MetaQuest and Steam VR as well. So no matter which VR platform you've got, you can play it. And Thief is a series that tried to come back on the Xbox One and PS4 in 2014, if I remember correctly. Internet can fact check me. But it didn't go super great. Like, it was fine. But Thief is a series that's always been near and dear to my heart. I am of the very personal opinion that Thief 2 is probably the single greatest stealth game ever made. Thief 2 is, just give it a try if you have it. It visually obviously won't look great, but mechanically you'll just be in heaven playing that one. But Thief coming back as a VR game makes a lot of, it's a good fit for the IP in terms of the pace is slower, you're doing stealthy things, which is fun in VR, whether it's like you're grabbing somebody or whacking them with the blackjack, or using one of the sort of elemental bow and arrows to the water arrows to put out the torches. So I would never have guessed that Thief would come back really A, at all, but B, let alone as a VR game. So that was a pleasant surprise for me. And yeah, I mean, I love VR, even if I just wish Sony would do more. And so this was great to see on the Sony State of Play there. And I'm looking forward to playing this. I'll just kind of go in with, I don't want to say, just kind of no expectations. Like, hey, Thief in VR, let's see what this is like. But on paper, I love it.
Yeah. Okay, there was a few games that were sort of like a long time coming that we got from that State of Play, and one of them was Pragmata from Capcom, which was revealed at one of these summer gaming events 4 or 5 years ago, and then I think it was in 2023, Capcom just put it on hold indefinitely with a message like, sorry, this game is not ready. And here we are, now we actually got a full gameplay trailer, and it says it's coming next year, it's for real. Some people are sort of drawing connections to Death Stranding, maybe a Death Stranding-like. I don't know. How did that one strike you, Miranda?
Yeah, it kind of seems like that. My most notable thing, and this is a little silly, I think character designs really stuck out to me this entire showcase. She doesn't have shoes, and I'm really concerned. And I'm like, little girl, please, someone get you some shoes. You're going to step on some glass. It's going to be a bad time. That aside, though, it looks cool. I'm really interested to see how it all comes together, and I do like the idea that you just have this kid on your back helping you take out robots and baddies. Yeah. It's cool.
I like that Capcom is willing to take risks on new things, too. It's not always Monster Hunter and Resident Evil, right?
We love Monster Hunter, love Resident Evil, but we really want to see them get to be creative.
Well, and Capcom is on a generation-long winning streak right
they're
now.
On a high.
They've made a lot of great decisions with their product lineup and with the games they've delivered. And yeah, even though I definitely was one of the, like, is this just viral marketing for Death Stranding too?
Yeah.
Like, no, it's its own thing, but I'm definitely willing to give them the benefit of the doubt that it's going to be a super fun game, and hopefully we'll get to play it soon.
Hopefully. Fingers crossed. All right, we need to take a quick break. Don't go anywhere. Summer Game Fest is starting very soon, right here on IGN Summer of Gaming.
IGN Summer of Gaming is presented by PlayStation Days of Play. Get the PlayStation 5 digital console with the Call of Duty Black Ops 6 bundle starting at $389.99 while supplies last.
What's up, everybody? Welcome back to IGN Summer of Gaming. I'm Damon Hatfield, joined by Brian Altano.
Hey, it's nice to be here.
Kim Horcher.
Hey, everyone.
And Max Scoville.
Howdy.
And we are here today to talk about all things Nintendo Switch 2 and Mario Kart World. And Brian, I know you've gotten your hands on it.
Yes, I love the Nintendo Switch 2. Mario Kart World is so much fun, and I cannot wait to play more. I'm counting down the days.
Kim, have you heard about the cow?
I've heard it.
Kim,
Its
have you
name
heard
is
about
just
the
cow.
There's a cow? There's a cow. You can be a cow. You can play Mario Kart as a cow. It's
And the
amazing.
cow's name is Cow?
Its name is Cow.
Yeah, I gotta tell you, I've been playing it all morning. Honestly, it's a blast. It's so much fun. Playing it all morning. Honestly, it's a blast. It's so much fun. Nintendo Switch 2.
Been playing what?
There's a Nintendo Switch 2 system in the office right now while we're sitting here just talking about it.
Two of them, actually, in my office as we speak. Can't wait to get back to them, but let's get right into it. Kim, let's start with you. What are you most excited for? Kim,
Okay, first of all, I just can't believe we're finally getting a new generation of Nintendo Switch hardware. Everything I've seen about Mario Kart World, new and returning characters, new modes. I just can't wait to play it.
Yeah, I agree. I love Mario Kart. I'm dying to learn about all of the different modes in Mario Kart World.
Yes! Later, suckers.
Well, Brian, Mario Kart World has all the awesome game modes you know and love, like Grand Prix, Versus Race, Time Trials, and so much more, but that's just the tip of the iceberg. One of the coolest new things for me is Free Roam mode, which really lets you experience how vast this new interconnected world is.
Yes!
There is so much stuff I can't wait to discover, like collectibles, peach medallions, question panels, and hundreds of P-switches, which activate awesome new challenges that put your skills to the test.
That's really cool and informative. Damien, do any other hosts on this IGN panel have a questions? Max?
Yes! A question just occurred to me, spontaneously. What else can you do in Mario Kart World?
Do you think anyone's gonna notice we're gone?
Don't worry about it. I got it covered.
Wario has powers that go beyond...
It's not about power, it's about speed.
I have the power of Wario inside of me.
All right, which course we playing?
Well, what course do you want to lose on?
Toad's Factory.
Yeah.
There's 24 driver Grand Prix races where you compete across 4 interconnected courses, including racing the distance between each course, new items like coin shells, Kamek, and dash food, which allows you to change into cool outfits.
I just ate a burger and I got a new outfit. What?
Hand to hand.
Hand-to-hand combat right now, right
You
here.
will lose.
You shall lose.
Another exciting new addition is Knockout Tour, where up to 24 drivers race through back-to-back courses. If you don't place high enough by the time you reach each of the 5 checkpoints, you're out. So, as you can tell, the world is your racetrack and there's plenty to discover. Any final thoughts, Kim?
Wow, that's so cool, Damon.
Yeah.
Wow, that's so cool, Damon.
Yeah.
Wow, that's so cool, Damon.
Knocked out!
Booyah! Knock out!
She's good.
Yep.
The next evolution of the Nintendo Switch system is here. Enjoy your games on a bigger 1080p screen, or connect to a TV and play in up to 4K resolution, plus frame rates of 120 frames per second with compatible games and displays. Don't miss out on Mario Kart World, which is exclusive to the Nintendo Switch 2 system.
Yes! Yes! Are you guys in my office? And we're back. We're just about 15 minutes out from Summer Game Fest right here on IGN Summer of Gaming. And while this is bound to be one of the bigger showings this season, remember there's still tons more stuff planned this weekend. You can catch coverage of IGN Live, our big in-person event, which kicks off first thing tomorrow morning. A couple Saturday highlights include a brand new look at Mind's Eye and Megan 2.0. Sunday kicks off with a block of brand new game trailers, followed by the Xbox Game Showcase pre-show, hosted by Ryan McCaffrey right here. It's the main event, and then a live post-show, and after that we'll be getting closer looks at some of the games Xbox is showing off, plus tons more. But before we get to all that, Summer Game Fest coming up. What do we expect, hope to see? We know a few things. Jeff has teased a few things. I know this is going to shock everybody out there that Hideo Kojima is confirmed to be there. Again. Yes, I know.
Who? No, I don't know. No, yeah, of course.
Good, Jeff's good buddy, Hideo Kojima. We've got Death Stranding 2 coming out in just a couple weeks. There's also OD announced for Xbox. Fizzant is waiting in the wings. That's too far out. What's more likely, just to promote Death Stranding 2 or to show something more for OD?
We know the answer. It's they're not. He's not going to touch OD until the Death Stranding 2 promotional arc has reached its conclusion.
I got it. Okay, so Death Stranding 2, more of that too, which I'm enjoying, by the way. That's a pretty fun video game. Michael, what's going on with Resident Evil? There are these rumors Are we gonna get something new Resident Evil today?
I feel like it's time.
Okay.
You know, Village had its time. It had its own DLC. There's still more left to Resident Evil's story. But now I'm thinking, is it like, if it is Resident Evil, then what is it? Is it a remake of the original? Is it Code Veronica? Is it a remake of Zero? Or is it Resident Evil 9? It could be one of those things, it could be any of those things, it could be something different, but I do think it's time for Resident Evil, and if I'm going to put money on it though, well, personally, I want to see Code Veronica remade. I love Code Veronica. It's probably still my favorite Resident Evil to this day, but my money would probably be on 9. I think there's a lot of momentum coming off of Village, and there's still a lot more stories to tell with that, so I would bet on Resident Evil 9, at least showing up in the showcase. I don't know if we'll get release window or whatever, but I think that would make a big splash.
Miranda, if there is a Resident Evil announcement of some sort, what would you hope for?
I would hope for a lot of people to stream it because I'm too scared to play. So regardless of what it is, I will be excited to watch Michael Hyam play because he probably will be.
Yep.
Any other sort of predictions or things you hope to see today?
Yes. A big one that I think I'm not alone in is hoping that we see something from, wait for it, Hollow Knight Silk Song. Okay, so we did get to see that it still exists. That's like it's like we're coming up for air at the latest Nintendo Direct. So we have seen this tiny snippet of it, but it's been 6 years since that was announced. So I think because they've been kind of showing it at various showcases and they have said 2025, this would be a really great opportunity for them to reach a lot of eyes and say, okay, here's our release date. Allegedly, this is going to be playable in September in an Australian museum, I think, or something like that. So it's like, is it coming out before then? Then at the museum, is at the release party, like what's happening here? So I think this is a really good opportunity for them to really showcase that and finally give us that release date, and hopefully they stick to it.
Michael, is this something you've been waiting for?
Oh my God, I think I'm more intrigued by the people around me who love Hollow Knight. There's like this cult following for Hollow Knight. Hollow Knight is a great game, don't get me wrong, but the fervor in which some people love Hollow Knight and have been waiting for Silksong for so long, being teased at a Switch showcase, being teased at an Xbox showcase, saying it's going to come out in a certain year and then never coming out. There's just a story around the existence of Silksong, and some very good friends. I want them to be happy. And if I see Silksong at the showcase, I will be happy for them. I want to play it myself, but I'm looking out for my best friends out there.
Got a good looking out.
Yes.
Ryan, there's a game you and I have both been excited for, been following for a long time. You reviewed Inside for IGN many years ago. 10 out of 10, that one?
One of the 2 10s I've given in 13 years of this company, and boy, does it's still a 10 today. If you fire it up right now, it's a 10 out of 10.
Yep. I try to play Inside every year around Halloween season. I love that game. So there's an Inside-like that's been a long time coming, and that's replaced.
Yeah, except it turns out it's got a lot more mechanics than just kind of physics platforming. Got to play it when we were doing this last year. So at Summer Game Fest Play Days last year, I got to play Replaced, and it's got the look down. It's just got that, it's not just pixel art. It's just, you know what I'm talking about, Damon. There's something else to it visually that just, I think it's the lighting. If I were to point to one thing, the lighting, so it's just got this atmosphere to it. But it turns out there's like a whole kind of open town, like take quests from NPCs, and so there's sort of some RPG elements to it too. And when I played it a year ago, fundamentally the combat was there, everything was there, the optimization wasn't there. But the developers were like, we know the frame rate's not there yet. And so I thought, okay, we'll get it in the fall. We'll get it like holiday 2024. That didn't happen.
Yeah.
And that's okay. I want them to get this right because, to your point, Damon, I really get that kind of special, like, oh, this could be inside level good if it delivers on everything that I've seen and played with it so far. So my hope is that we will get a new trailer that has a specific release date on it at today's showcase. But we'll see. I don't know.
Yeah, because I think this was revealed at Xbox's showcase in
a few
2021.
years ago. Yeah, it's been a minute.
I think that was the digital E3 that we sat on together.
Me and Damon did that. We were technically part of the final E3.
That was the final E3. R.I.P. So speaking of, has Replaced been on your radar since then, Michael?
Say what?
Has Replaced been on your radar since then?
Yeah. I mean, the thing, I love these styles of games that like they're stylized, and like Inside was such a. The thing I love how grotesque they are and how they tell all their stories through just pure visuals, because when you play Inside, like you have an idea of like what the story is. Like you're in this internment camp and like you're being like funneled as a worker through this factory, and it's just grotesque.
Yeah.
And then it becomes something else. And I think the element of surprise for something like this is what I look for in this style of game. And I haven't been hands-on with it. It's one of those games where like I know it, I'll play it when it's out there, but I don't need to know anything about it beforehand. I don't need to know too much. So it's one of those for sure.
Yeah, I mean, I get that. The moment I saw it replaced, I was like, that's something I'm definitely interested in playing.
Absolutely.
So nothing big, I don't think, has really leaked out of Summer Game Fest this year, but there have been hints of things that we might see. For instance, Ryan, what's up with Ubisoft sharing this photo of Sam Fisher recently?
God.
What is going on? Are we going to get something Splinter Cell?
In my head, when Miranda was talking about Hollow Knight Silksong, and I was like, 6 years, how about 12?
Oh.
Splinter Cell Blacklist came out 12 years ago, and then this gets teased on their social media
What is this?
with no, and apparently I think the internet figured out it's like a screen grab of a cutscene from like Pandora Tomorrow or one of the like super old ones.
Yeah.
But yeah, Splinter Cell is a game that Ubisoft keeps putting Sam in other things, like he cameos in Ghost Recon and he's X-Defiant. You've got the third echelon class, but we still don't have a new Splinter Cell game. They announced without a trailer, with just concept art, through a blog post. I want to say it's been at least 3 years, possibly longer. They announced a remake of Splinter Cell 1. So it's a Splinter Cell remake on modern tech, ground up like a Resident Evil style remake. And there hasn't been a trailer, let alone gameplay, let alone a release date. So I'm starting to doubt if that is, if it's real anymore, like if it's still happening. I mean, so today feels like a good day since Ubisoft announced they're not doing a Ubisoft Forward event of their own this year. So all right, let's give a Splinter Cell remake trailer to Jeff and make me happy finally. That's all I want in life.
Do it for Ryan, guys. Come on.
Yes.
Yeah, they have that remake. There's also the Prince of Persia: Sands of Time.
Yeah.
Also taking a lot of time to get out the door. But I think there was a little teaser last summer that they...
Yeah, well, they changed, they moved it over to Ubisoft Montreal and started over. So, like, that's more of an update than we've gotten on the Splinter Cell remake.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, what's up with Infinity Nikki?
I'm glad you asked.
Yeah.
So this is for the stylists out there. But basically, Infinity Nikki is a new free-to-play dress-up game that is phenomenal. It's like, do you like Breath of the Wild? Do you like style? You'll like Infinity Nikki. And it's kind of been in some hot water lately because it launched to be a very positive reception, and they've been making a lot of changes lately. And of course, at these shows, we often see some free-to-play games get little updates or announcements in this. And I think this is a great place for the developers of Infinity Nikki to come out and say, hey, we're about to launch our next major area, which would be the first major update. We know that's happening some point down the line. And I think maybe make good a little bit more by that community that's been really interested and really enthusiastic about the game, and to try to give them a bit more context for where this game is going and why you should keep playing and spending your money there. And I hope that this is something that will happen specifically for me because I care about this game, but also for everybody else who obviously are watching the show and probably want an update and seeing what the heck is happening with this game, and please balance things.
Are there any features that the community has been asking for that they're hoping to see?
So they launched basically a big multiplayer area, and it's so boring. It's just like a beach of nothing, and people are kind of trying to make things interesting, and they added basically a dyeing system to your clothes, and it's kind of broken, and they're like, oh wait, but you guys are going to get houses Animal Crossing style. You're going to be able to decorate them, you can invite people over probably, and that's just kind of been silent. And so they've gone from this team that was really communicative to being here's all this stuff out in a rush, and then they're like, oh, wait, sorry, we did this way too fast. We didn't test it enough. And now a bunch of versions are broken. So I think this is a good stage for them to kind of showcase what's next for this game that is honestly quite popular.
Yeah.
And if you like fashion, you should give it a try.
Well, Infinity Nikki is your jam, but I think Outer Wilds is also your jam.
Yes, so this is the other one that I'm predicting that we could see something for. So not necessarily Outer Wilds, the game that came out in 2019 and got its last DLC in 2021. It's been done. But the studio behind it, Mobius Digital, hasn't published anything else since then. They're a smaller indie team. Outer Wilds is like one of my favorite games of all time. I think it's super imaginative, really cool. And in their last Steam patch notes for Outer Wilds, they're like, oh yeah, we're working on our other game. I'm like, yeah, I'd hope so. It's been like 6 years. But also, what is it? And so I think this would be another fantastic stage for them to come out and showcase what they're doing.
Yep.
And I would lose my mind if they did.
What would you hope their next game be?
I think something also sci-fi and bite-sized in the same way. So one of the biggest appeals I would say about Outer Wilds is that it's very much a massive puzzle game that resets every 22 minutes. And so you're kind of just trying to figure out pieces in time to continue the loop, basically, not have to, or break out of the loop. And so I think them messing more of puzzle mechanics again in some really interesting way that can only be done in video games would be ideal. But it's hard to say.
Okay, I'm just being told that we actually have the countdown to Summer Game Fest, which is starting very shortly, just in a couple minutes here. So as soon as that begins, we'll hand you over. We'll watch it all together, and then we'll come back here to break down all the big reveals afterwards. If we're looking at the partners that Jeff has lined up for Summer Game Fest, Bandai Namco is one of them. What could that be? They've got Elden Ring Night Rain, it's just out. Big hit. Oh, what are you thinking?
I have not shut up about Scarlet Nexus 2. I have no inkling whatsoever. I have no idea. This is just me conjuring this. I'm speaking this into the universe.
You are the only other person I've ever heard mention Scarlet Nexus.
Scarlet Nexus is super underrated, and that game came out in 2021. I have been talking to many folks. Please tell me if there's a Scarlet Nexus 2. Please tell me. I'm so thirsty for it. That is my pie in the sky thing. So Bandai Namco, listen, they got Night Rain. They put that out. It's already out. But what's the next thing? I need more anime action. Platinum Games, there's a big void there to fill. Scarlet Nexus 2 can be that game. I have no idea if it's going to be there, but I hope it is.
I also want to mention there was the Dust Bloods coming to Switch 2 that was just announced. That's coming next year. But Ryan, what's the name of that Pac-Man game? The Pac-Man...
Oh, Shadow Labyrinth.
Shadow Labyrinth, yeah.
We got to play it at PAX East not too long ago, and it totally works.
Yeah.
It's so weird to me. I can't believe that works.
On paper, you're like, this is the worst idea I've ever heard for anything. But nope, turns out it's a really good Metroidvania, and it totally makes sense when you sit down and play it. So, yeah, I mean, kudos to Bandai Namco for taking a wild creative swing and hitting it out of the park, seemingly, or at least from the demo we played. It's at least a base hit. We'll see if it's extra bases.
Yeah. Obviously, we're less than 1 minute away. Mafia: The Old Country is a game that's confirmed to be there. That's coming out later this summer. Ryan, any thoughts on that one? I know you're a GTA guy. This one is an open world game.
Well, I'm a Mafia guy. I've loved the whole series. 3 was the one that didn't quite grab me the same way that the first 2 did. So, yeah, I'd love to see some actual gameplay. We know it's going to have a good Mafia story to it.
Yeah. All right, I have to wrap you up there. It looks like Summer Game Fest is starting now. We'll be quiet, but stick around after for our live post-show breakdown, all part of IGN Summer of Gaming.
scale live in-game events. And tomorrow, Fortnite is set to do it again across console, PC, and phones. The Death Star's super laser is charged and ready to decimate the Battle Royale island. But there's still hope. You and your friends can join the fight. Here's the first exclusive look at what you'll be part of tomorrow in the brand new live event, Death Star Sabotage.
Everything you've got.
Think I saw Jonesy. All right. Right now, it is an honor to welcome to Summer Game Fest a legendary game creator who is set to release his latest project in just a few short weeks. With each of his games, he pushes the gaming medium in bold new directions, and we are honored to have him with us for the first time at Summer Game Fest in person. Please, everyone, join me in welcoming the great Mr. Hideo Kojima! Aki, great to see you. Mr. Kojima, here we are. The world tour begins at Summer Game Fest. It's great to have you here. We are so excited for DS2. So let me ask you, Mr. Kojima, you've worked for many years on this project. What do you hope players take away from DS2 when they play it later this month?
DS1 が出た後にコロナになったので
Well, we hit the pandemic after we released DS1.
コロナを体験したところで
Everyone experienced
コ
the
ロナを体
pandemic.
験した中での
So,
新しいつながりというか
I wanted to show something new connection
考えていただきたいと
after
思い
we
ます
faced the pandemic. So I want everyone you to think about that when you play this game.
Okay, well, talking about playing the game, it's coming out later this month, but right now I know you prepared a special exclusive clip for SGF. Let's take a look at this.
はい
Welcome. Have a seat. Over here, please. No smoking, please. So you are Neil Varner.
Mm-hmm.
What do you do? For living?
I'm a porter.
So thank you. We're good for the day.
Thanks.
Neil.
What?
So you made it then?
Sorry.
You really don't remember me.
The girl. You're alive.
Well, that was a clip from the game, a cutscene. We saw a first glimpse of Neil and Lucy, and we met them in the trailer back at South by Southwest, but we got a little bit more of them here. Tell us a little bit more about this clip and the characters of Neil and Lucy.
DS2 で非常に重要なキャラクターです。It's a very important character. Neil and Lucy. I can't really say because there will be spoilers. But you saw the cancer mark on both of their hands. So they have this deep connection and reveals throughout the story. And last time on DS1, we have Cliff, who was played by Max. And of course, by story, he will not be in DS2. But this time, Neil will be playing like the role that Max did. For DS2 this time. And Cliff was a very popular character, but I think we have to kind of top that character. So Luca Marinetti was a great actor, and I think it was great. He did a great performance, so I
Tune into the DS2 live game premiere, where Hideo will be joined by many members of the cast. He'll be sharing a new demo of the game, live gameplay demo, alongside Elle Fanning and Troy Baker, and I'll be there hosting it. And let's just say this is not the last that you've seen of Neil this weekend, and we'll leave it at that.
Yes, I'll show you the gameplay scene of Neil. So hope you enjoy. Will join us Sunday too.
Excellent. All right, thank you so much. Hideo Kojima, everyone. Great to see you, Mr. Kojima. Thank you. All right, and now I'd like to introduce my co-host for Summer Game Fest. She's along for the party, a veteran games journalist on GameSpot and the co-host of the Friends Per Second podcast. Please join me in welcoming the incredible Lucy James.
Thanks, Jeff, and hello, Summer Game Fest. I am so excited to be here this year. Thank you for having me. Now, we are honored to reveal an exciting new project from Raw Power Games, a new team headquartered in Copenhagen, Denmark. Here you can engage in intense combat, fight for land, glory, and legacy, and lead massive armies into epic scale battles, as narrated by actor Tom Hardy.
Thou shalt not kill. So the priests tell us. So the Lord commands. But ambitious men do not listen. I sought no war. But war found me. I became like them. I took up the sword, prayed I could win redemption through my deeds. But some paths, once taken, have only one ending. I shall find no peace. On this road, there is only death. But that's just my story. Go write your own.
That was a very cool new project in a brutal European medieval world. Now it's time to hang on to the edge of tomorrow. Sonic Racing Crossworlds is a thrilling new entry in the legacy of racing action games within the Sonic franchise. Crossworlds brings other worlds and familiar faces to Sonic Racing, including surprise guest characters being revealed here at SGF for the first time. Coming in September, but that is not all. We'd like to introduce the man behind the creation of everyone's favorite blue hedgehog, Takashi Iizuka.
Thank you, Jeff. I'm honored to be here to talk about our latest Sonic Racing game. Sonic Racing Crossworlds is the next generation of the Sonic Racing series, developed by Sonic Team and the Sega Arcade Racing Team. You can feel brand new experience from the new future travel ring, which you can warp in the race. Also, unlike another kart racing game, this game will have online cross-platform matchmaking. So, you can race against all of your friends across all of the platform. Lastly, I have one more thing I'd like to show everyone here today. Take a look inside of the travel ring.
Minecraft and Sonic. I guess you could say, you gotta go craft. Well, I gotta laugh. That's all I want. That's all I want. Next, we're excited to reveal a brand new action RPG from Bandai Namco Studios. Embark on a journey across a dark fantasy world and uncover a vast story that eclipses time.
Time. For some, it heals. For others, it wounds. And for our world, it promises only oblivion. Our hopes lost long ago. But you have the power to change all of this. If time were a weapon to wield, could you undo the sins of ruin? In this time, or maybe the next, you'll find how to save us all.
That was a very moody, cool new game. That was End of Abyss, the debut title from Malmo, Sweden-based Section 9 Interactive, an atmospheric action-adventure game coming in 2026 to the Epic Games Store and consoles. Next, we'll step into the black and white world of rubber hose animation with Mouse PI for Hire, developed by first-time developer Fumi Games and published by PlaySide, releasing later this year. Here's a quick new look at the game and the reveal of a familiar voice.
There's something rotten at the heart of Mouseburg.
Crooks beware. Detective Pepper's in the house.
There are those who have bent the city to their will.
Dumb wise guys and fake cheese wheels.
And those who do anything to save it.
They won't even know what hit them. Oh boy. Here we go.
Another role for Troy Baker. All right, that's not all from PlaySide. Now comes the announcement of another ambitious project from this independent Australian developer. We've been talking to them for a while about this project, which builds on their recent launches of Kill Knight and Age of Darkness. But this takes things to a whole new level. It's a premium, real-time strategy game built for PC based on one of the most iconic fantasy franchises in the world. Any guesses? Let's take a look.
You may think you know how the game is played. But this is not the game you know. This is your legacy. You decide who wins and who dies. Thrones. War for Westeros.
All right, now it is time for the global reveal of an FPS action-adventure RPG.
The great Silkovsky once said, one could count 1,000,000 billion suns in the known universe. So why do we deny other intelligent beings? is said, if they were out there, they would have visited Earth. My answer is, maybe they will visit us. But time has not come yet for this. The dawn of a new era. The era of Atomic Heart 2.
Have a good hunt, Captain.
That's right, Atomic Heart 2 is in active development at Munfish on Unreal Engine 5, a spiritual successor to the first game with a retro-futuristic world on a global scale, and this time there's a greater emphasis on RPG elements and player freedom. But that, believe it or not, is not all from Munfish today.
Is it recording?
Yeah, it is.
It's in the sky, a giant cube. I can still barely believe it myself. When it showed up, I was in the lab. I didn't even see it. You know? I felt that same fear, though. A terrible sense of my own powerlessness. How did the whole of humanity miss it? And did we actually miss it? What if the cube didn't appear, but revealed itself? What if it was always there, and we've only just started to see it?
Cute little guy. The Cube is yet another new project from Munfish, an MMORPG shooter set in the Atomic universe on a massive levitating cube you can see there, where the edges are constantly rotating to create unique gameplay combinations that are ever evolving. All right, let's jump into the Marvel Cosmic Invasion universe, the new retro beat-em-up coming to PC and consoles this holiday with multiplayer fun for up to 4 players. You can pick between 15 Marvel characters to play, but so far, only 7 have been revealed. Well, now it's time to meet the next 2.
this isn't hell. Or my world. What is this place? Also, you don't have a chance. Not enough. I need more. Pick your battle, piggy.
Musashi! We both want the same thing, Musashi. But there's only room for one at the top. And it won't be a coward who runs from jewels. Words never did work between us, did they?
Sasaki Ganyu.
That was a new look at Onimusha Way of the Sword, which we announced back in December at the TGAs. It is coming in 2026 and will be playable this summer at Gamescom. Now let's completely switch gears. You guys all know I love my puppets, and this next project is one I've been tracking for a few years, as a team at Sans String Studios is using Unreal Engine 5 to create an insane digital puppeteering pipeline. It's actually a thing. What you're about to see is running completely in real time in Unreal, and I cannot wait to play it. Here is an unexpected new game announcement that combines comedic storytelling and arcade fighting action. Check this out.
Fuzzy, the tournament of a million punches, you'll get yourself killed!
All right, you little sick of fuzzy shit. Show me what you got. What? If you're gonna be champ, we gotta transform you. Why are you even here? Don't waste my time.
Save us, Fuzzy, or we'll die!
Attaboy. Attaboy. Eat bread, crap, burnt toast, carb load. This meat ain't gonna beat itself. I've been taking dumps in there all day. Jeff.
Super fun. Got to wish list that, right? All right, well, next it's time to see the announcement of a brand new game, In Deception We Trust.
An ancient white castle deep in the mountains, lost to time and legend. Only the chosen find their way here. Gathered from every corner of the earth, divided yet bound. Wolves and lambs. Engaged in a perilous dance of wits, a game where truth is but a shadow. Enough theatrics, I'll get to the point. Killer Inn is a murder mystery action game. The killers lurk elusively in plain sight. Kill someone and a clue will remain. Hair, fingerprints, blood, clothes. The lambs scramble to find clues, one step closer to unmasking the culprits. Who is guilty will eventually come to light. Wolves win by killing every lamb. Lambs win by booting out every wolf. Such simple rules. But there's so much more to this game of murderous mystery. Complete quests to level up, buy items with the gold you earn, loot chests for weapons and armor, steal items, blow up opponents, poison others, place traps, discover one of your own is a wolf. Is killing not to your taste? Then you'd better escape the castle. Now the paths to victory are clear. You would do well to remember, deceit and deduction are your strongest weapons in this game of life or death. Your invitation awaits.
That was Killer Ann, a 24-player multiplayer game from Square Enix where you compete in a game of life or death using social deduction skills to win. All right, it's hard to believe this next game was first announced at TGA in 2021. And though it's been a while, their recent tech tests prove that some things are definitely worth the wait. I'm of course talking about Arc Raiders. This is one of the most anticipated games of the year, and we're excited to share a new trailer which will tell you more about the mysteries surrounding the world of Speranza and the long-awaited launch date coming later this year. From Embark Studios, here's the world premiere of the release date trailer for Arc Raiders.
Breathe. Let your body settle into a slower rhythm. Clear your mind of all distractions. You don't have to walk this path alone. Surround yourself with resourceful friends. Here, you are in control.
That's right, everyone. Arc Raiders is coming October 30th, 2025 for PC and console. Congrats to Embark Studios. All right, Dune fans, now you can finally step onto the world of Arrakis yourself. Dune Awakening combines the survival and MMO genres with a thrilling cinematic story. It arrives on PC in just a few days on June 10th, but you can play it right now in Steam Advanced Access. Here is a brand new look.
fall to ash, consumed by the void. Try as I might to quell their advance. 'Twas all for naught. Some say time stops for no one. Neither man nor God, living nor dead. Yet what then of those who deigned to turn back the hands of fate? To save what remains of our broken worlds, you need only take my hand. Return to the past, where your journey awaits.
Every hero's tale begins with a trial. But the true lead of the story has yet to emerge. Whatever's coming next will not be easy.
I will never forget my cause.
What is more compelling to you, sir?
Just as he once came to me, filling that dark tower with light.
What happened while I was out? So I hear you're looking for someone?
The victors show no mercy to the defeated. People here despise weakness, worship strength, and crave glory. I never doubted that you would end up here.
I'm merely curious. What ending have you penned for Septimont this time?
A rat in the vessel. Such a tiny nuisance. I know all your secrets. And don't come back.
That's Mio, Memories in Orbit, a stunning new Metroidvania platformer that has a demo on Steam you can play right now as part of Next Fest. What you're about to see next is a stop-motion co-op platformer where everything has been crafted by hand. It's called Out of Words, and I'm honored to show it to you today.
Don't you see? We can't.
Come on, follow me!
What a really unique and different game. This August signals the release of Mafia: The Old Country, the next entry in the acclaimed Mafia franchise from the team at Hangar 13. It's a gritty mob story set in the brutal underworld of 1900 Sicily. Here is the Summer Game Fest trailer.
Betrayal burns because it can only come from someone close. An enemy can't hurt you like a friend.
Who are you?
Sono Enzo. I work here.
My friends, my family, my beautiful daughter, Isabella.
Don Torrisi looks out for people around here.
Sometimes the client is feeling less than cooperative and we need to,
teach them a lesson.
Remind them of their obligations.
This is between us and Spadaro.
Where I come from, commitment means everything.
If this is how he wants it, this is how it'll be.
The Dons noticed you, Enzo. This is an opportunity.
Do you wish to commit to this family?
Enzo! We can't let them get away!
When Isabella became involved, it became our business. This family, loyalty is everything.
We do not always get to choose what we do.
We can choose who we are.
And who are you, Enzo?
And if you thought that guy was a stud, just wait till you see this next game. LEGO Voyagers captures the creative, hands-on spirit of classic LEGO play and will also support a Friends Pass, just like Split Fiction. Here's the first ever look.
Hello, Summer Game Fest! I'm Carolyn Lawrence, voice actor for a few familiar faces you might have grown up with on Nickelodeon. Some with squirrel suits, thank you. Some with science smarts, and some with serious attitude. Nickelodeon has always been about wild worlds and weirder characters. And while I'm mostly sworn to secrecy today, I'm thrilled to have a hand in revealing something that brings a lot of those characters together like never before. I hope you enjoy the first look at Nicktoons and the Dice of Destiny. Yee-haw!
A great evil would emerge. However, a brave and wise and powerful and ridiculously handsome wizard would call upon his magic powers to summon the most ferocious, most awesome, most totally radical team of adventurers the land had ever seen. They alone would be able to... Imagination! Stupid Goober!
It's been almost 2 years since players first stepped into the role of Geppetto's puppet to save the city of Krat from disease and puppet frenzy in Liza P. Overture is a DLC expansion to Liza P that transports players back in time with new characters, environments, and of course, imposing enemies and bosses. Here's the exclusive new look. Yes, that's right. Overture is available today across all platforms to play, so enjoy it this weekend. All right, next up, the small video game publisher Serenity Forge, based in Boulder, Colorado, shared this game with me a few months back with a DM that said, Doki Doki Literature Club meets Silent Hill. That piqued my interest. I think you might get a kick out of this announcement, too.
I sit at the front of the dinner table where he used to be. 5 plates full. Plates of food. Plates of tomatoes. Plates of hay. Plates of angels. Plates of her legs. Beautiful. Broken. Plates of flowers. Plates and plates. The garden is lush in the rain, and everything is focused. Dinner's bedspread. There's a hunger that feeds and blooms, and I will feed, and I will bloom.
I wouldn't recommend eating those tomatoes. All right, NCSoft is expanding its Blade and Soul universe. Let's take a look at the rich lore and dynamic action in Blade and Soul Neo, just out on Steam, and Blade and Soul Heroes coming soon.
4.6 is available today.
This is a technological showcase set in the world of The Witcher 4.
Human Creator is now fully integrated into Unreal Engine.
You're seeing me live in real time.
Squid Game will be coming to UEFN.
It started with an epic mega grant, and it's now a serious contender for Game of the Year.
That Bungie Dive will be exclusively on the Epic Game Store.
We find a way. We altered the course of nature, unleashed genetic power across continents. Now it is up to us to nurture what we have set free, to find hope within this chaos. Well, to help life find a way.
Hi, I'm Celia from Yacht Club Games. 10 years ago, we broke new ground with our first game, Shovel Knight. Today, I'm thrilled to share a world premiere look at our next IP, Mina the Hollower. Mina continues our traditions of refining retro gameplay for a new generation. It's a bone-chilling adventure that it blends intense combat, free roaming exploration, and precise platforming. As Mina, a whip-wielding hollower, you'll burrow through danger and unravel the mysteries of a cursed island. A decade ago, we unearthed a groundbreaking legend. This year, we're bringing our next bona fide classic.
All right, this is a special one. Our next game comes from a well-known developer that has done, yeah. Oh, Kyle Bossman, everyone. Final Bossman, all right, well, let me see what this says. Oh. Hey, Jeffy, if you're reading this, it means three things. Number one, you're killing it at the fest with your oodles of totally natural charisma. Debatable. B, I'm at your house playing long darts with the fam. And three, you're gonna do me a solid and skip that Silk Song trailer so you can pimp my revolutionary VR gaming venture that will shock the industry probably. A wet one on the lips, comma, Wade. All right, let's take a look.
Ooh, Red Band trailer. Hell yeah. Handcrafted with cuddles by the Merc with a MetaQuest. Kick back and bask in the glory of gaming's first quintuple A tropical farming sim experience. Oh, hi, new friend. Oh, yeah! Escape the turd burger of late-stage capitalism and enter a world of VR magic and wonder. You'll care for exotic pets, the elderly, and this fucking thing with hip-hop Satan. Oh, hi, don't worry, he's a fascist. He deserves this big time. This guy's a total dick. What the hell? Who designed this shit? I wiped my ass on this first. You're welcome. Who got the lobotomy with fries? All your dreams of being inside me come true in VR. Spider-Man gets Insomniac, and I get this shit? I'm craving Korean barbecue now. Is that weird? Whoa!
With Neil Patrick Harris as Deadpool. All right. Last year at Gamescom, we announced Dying Light the Beast, the culmination of a decade of Techland's experience building survival horror games. Kyle Crane is back as the player character in this title that blends open world and action survival horror. Let's take a look at the latest trailer with some big news, the release date.
What can you tell me about the Baron?
He's a narcissistic sociopath. He's experimenting on humans like they're lab rats. God only knows what the Baron's planning to do with those monsters.
Walls are, or how big his army is. That fucker will pay for what he did to me. All the years he took from me, all the agony he put me through.
You want revenge?
Damn right I do! Then I'll go there and fucking kill him.
There's the big news. Dying Light the Beast is coming on August 22nd, Gamescom week. All right. This next game draws inspiration from classic coming-of-age films to capture the highs and lows of adolescence, the bonds of friendship, and the nostalgia of growing up. Mixtape comes from Beethoven and Dinosaur, an Annapurna Interactive, and this is your exclusive new look at this game that plays like a love letter to teenage memories.
What are we doing?
Hanging out, getting buzzed.
I've got to get out of this place.
At the end of an era, when everything's about to change, it's time to look back on your greatest hits.
Mom, who is it?
One moment. It's the pigs, darling.
Shit!
This year, experience a retrospective like no other. Beethoven and Dinosaur invites you to relive the teenage riot, to spend one last night together before school's out forever. And with a soundtrack this good, it's gonna be one hell of a night. And The Cure. I love The Cure. Experience it for yourself. Mixtape. Nothing but the hits.
I trust you have seen it. A beautiful world where harmony reigns. Will you struggle until your last fleeting moment? Your destinies are sealed. There is no escaping them.
That is why we must end you. Right here and now.
On your guard.
This is gorgeous. Take this. And just getting started. Let's put it into action.
The surge of power. Savor each moment.
Now, get ready. Everyone, are you with me? We will live on in this world. No matter what hardships await. We fight for a future filled with hope. Toa and the Guardians of the Sacred Tree.
A beautiful game. That was the global announcement of Toa, a new roguelike from Bandai Namco and developer Brownies, a game drawing from classic Japanese art with a whimsical spin on Eastern mysticism. Next, we want to introduce you to a game made by a first-time solo developer in Bandung, Indonesia. With the help of 9 of his friends, he's built an intense action beat-em-up with brutal hand-to-hand combat set in his hometown. This is Acts of Blood.
They left me with nothing. No justice, no peace. Just names on the wall. The hunt isn't over. Not until I kill them all.
Bad.land.
Amazing what these solo devs can do today. Now it is time for the reveal of the next game from Montreal-based Tribute Games, the makers of TMNT Shredder's Revenge and Marvel Cosmic Invasion, which you saw a little bit earlier. If you're like me, you've been waiting for more than a decade for this reveal. Scott Pilgrim's back with his fists flying in a brand new brawling adventure in EX. You'll battle through space-time and the streets of my hometown of Toronto with Scott, Ramona, and 5 of their former rivals in this online 4-player co-op adventure with a story written by Scott Pilgrim creator Brian Lee O'Malley. All right, we're going to be right back, but first we have a very special message from Maggie Robertson, TGA winner in 2021 for her performance in Resident Evil Village.
Ah, there you are. Wait long. We've been preparing delightful ways to make you suffer. So enter the village if you dare. We've slashed the price to be lower than ever for you simple little man things. Still thirsty? Worry not, you ungrateful wretch. There's plenty more fun to go around. Now cease this foolishness and make your decision wisely.
Since the dawn of time, humankind has been obsessed with the hard. Now, a glorious morning has dawned on something that's simply harder. Scum.
Big hitter like witness this apogee, no fantasy. Big hitter like mix up pure alchemy, lethality. Big hitter like big hitter like big hitter like
Your hard just got harder.
What are you doing here?
Come with me.
At first, I thought it was just broken synapses in my head. Keep your lens speed on. In years, I've been seeing things. Like a part of me that's been buried down deep feels like it's just knocking to get out. I'll be seeing you around, Charlie. Maybe this is the real me.
Diaz, you were a good soldier.
I don't want any part of your future. It's activating.
Hi everyone, I'm Hakan Abrak, CEO of IO Interactive. We can't wait for you to discover Mindside when it launches on June the 10th from Build a Rocket Boy and IO partners. And yes, you may have noticed Agent 47 will be contracted for a very special assignment in Red Rock City. This week, we finally revealed 007 First Light to the world, and your reactions were heartwarming. It's coming in 2026, But we want to make the wait more exciting. We are bringing someone into Hitman, the World of Assassination, who is very dear to the Bond universe. Let's take a look.
Your target is the elusive shadow banker, known only as Le Chiffre, a financial mastermind with suspected ties to the criminal underworld. He has arranged a high-stake poker game at the Casino Monarchique in Paris. Our clients have deemed this unacceptable.
I've invited these people for a reason. I know their weaknesses. Mr. Rengang, he's too impatient, and Miss Bai, well, she likes a drink. Don't know about the newcomer, Mr. Smith, though. He's the only wild card. Well, this is turning into an interesting evening.
Welcome to the VIP room here at the Casino Monarchique.
Reaper. Unusual name.
Names are for friends. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Le Chiffre?
There you have it. Hitman and 007 are coming together in a very unexpected way.
We know our players waited a long time for 007 First Light. It's just around the corner, coming out next year. However, Hitman is live right now. So I thought, why wait? And I asked a fellow Danish friend to join me here. As a matter of fact, he is here with us today.
That's right, everyone at Summer Game Fest, please welcome the great Mads Mikkelsen. Good to see you, Mads. Thank you for joining us, and thanks for coming to Summer Game Fest. Mads, you are Cliff, but you're also Agent 47's next target as Le Chiffre, the villain we know from Casino Royale.
Yep, that's it. And you know, this is, I've always had a deep love for this character. It's a role that means a lot to me because of a lot of reasons. So when Haggard gave me the chance to step into the shoots of Le Chiffre once again, I did not hesitate for 1 second. But this time is a little different. He's more confident. He's dangerous. He's not just a brilliant mind hiding behind a desk. He is visceral, unpredictable, and ruthless. And let's just say this time he doesn't outsource the violence anymore.
So this mission is set in a casino in Paris. We want to make an homage to the movie Casino Royale while keeping surprises for our players. James Bond and Agent 47 have very different set of skills, and the mission will be handled in very different creative ways.
Yeah, he's not going to beat me in poker. He's going to figure something else out.
So I guess it is not just about the shot, it's about the bluffing around the table this time?
Yeah, sure, exactly. It's the Chiffre is always like 2 steps ahead of you. He reads you before you read him, so it's a little like bringing a chess player to a poker game.
We built the mission to allow several parts, unexpected characters, appearances, and even custom poker mechanics.
Wow, all right, well, when do we get to play this?
That's the best part. We wanted to surprise you, so the team is updating the game as we speak. Le Chiffre, Elusive Target mission starts today in a few hours. For only 30 days, and if you play it, you will unlock a unique reward in 007 First Light.
Amazing. All right. Well, Hakan, Mods, thanks for joining us for Summer Game Fest. Appreciate it, guys.
Thanks for having us.
so much.
Thank you.
Great to see you. Great stuff. All right, now here's the announcement of a new party game coming later this year that will delight LEGO fans, made with over 1 million LEGO bricks, 300 minifigures, and over 700 trillion minifigure combinations.
It's Saturday night somewhere, so make some noise for LEGO Party!
Get ready
for a nail-biting competition.
We're minifigures, Dad. We don't have nails. It's an action-packed contest to collect the most golden bricks.
But will you be helped by friendly krakens?
Or hindered by evil monsters?
Or lightly toasted by a flying lizard with wings?
That's a dragon, Ted. And what about our amazing mini-games, Ted? We've got more of them than you can count.
More than 10?
It's actually more like 60.
Whoa, that's a lot!
With surprises around every corner, anything can happen.
Anything?
Anything.
Anything?
Yes, anything.
Okay, but certainly not a giant crab, a mythical king cobra, or Master Wu smashing a crate.
Those were literally just on screen, Chad.
Wow! We've got all that and more in LEGO Party! Whoa, that is looking mighty tasty.
All right, next, a new look at a new team shooter from Dreamhaven and Moonshot Games. 20 players across 5 ships venture into the most treacherous region of space, hoping to get their hands on the artifact. The game is called Wildgate, and the open beta starts next week during Steam Next Fest. And we're also very happy to announce the game will launch on July 24th for PC, PlayStation 5, and Xbox. Let's see what it means to get into some serious space shenanigans.
Danger. Reactor overload.
I've got the artifact.
Laser rod installed.
This feels bad.
Now their ship is flying. Is that the artifact?
Safe with me.
This'll be good.
Good thing that wasn't our ship.
I'm proud to reveal to you the next game from Toronto-based Drinkbox Studios, the team behind the Guacamelee series and Nobody Saves the World. They're making a full 3D game that can be played alone or with a friend in co-op. You can find out more during Day of the Devs right after the show, but for now, here is the global reveal of Blighted.
Looking over this decaying world, one can only wonder, how did it all come to this? It began with the ancient rituals, the dead buried with a seed from the trees of memory. Those who ate of the fruit saw the lives they lived and passed their knowledge to future generations until Sorcisto, in his lust for power, consumed the brains of the living, spreading this blight. You harbor it too, I see. The vultures consume you before the blight does.
There is more Blighted coming up right after the show in Day of the Devs. All right, next is a first-person survival action horror game from Team Clout. It's a new team of 50 with founders in Canada and Armenia. They partnered with the new Munfish Powerhouse label to bring this insane Unreal Engine 5 game to life with unpredictable monsters and visceral dismemberment. Here is your first look. Poor little babies. All right, Mecca Break is one of 2025's most anticipated shooters, with its previous beta amassing over 300,000 concurrent players on Steam and 3 million players in total. In this game, you explore a sci-fi universe and pilot powerful mechs with immersive aerial and ground combat. As a top wishlisted game, players are clamoring to know just one thing: when is the release date? Well, here's Mecca Break's latest trailer with the answer you've all been waiting for.
Growing Martian zones force the Thalassic Federation to advance its Project Enterprise.
My right, buckle up, we're gonna see the hatch inside. Now we get into the port, the zone. Guess messing underneath the magnet pole. I'm told we gotta leave the fresh feet high. No, I from the back, we must be one. This is the economy leads to what you might need. So just reach out the leaves. God, very nice for glory. Spot me up and storm it. That's a shit to know it. Discharge your sunshine. God, I'm ready. Just stop the kid to move it. Spot your green and Nazi, but not no dog.
In this next title, small-scale players traverse the oversized world around them, filled with local wildlife and hostile machines. Built by a small 8-person studio, this is Infinitesimals.
Mechanical is approaching.
We must now face a stark reality. The industrial civilization we were expecting to join is no more.
Whatever it takes, we find a way.
"2026 marks the 30th anniversary of a legendary video game franchise that I think we all know very well. Please check this out.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. And to celebrate early, a special message from Takeuchi-san.
マギーさんありがとうございます。カプコン竹内です。
皆様のおかげでバイオハザードも30周年を迎えることができました。ありがとうございます。さて、お待たせしているバイオハザードの最新作なんですが、もう少しだけ、あと瞬きするぐらいの間だけお待ちいただければと思います。それでは、これからもバイオハザードシリーズよろしくお願いいたします。ありがとうございました。
I need a glass of wine too. All right. Thank you, Takeuchi-san, for that very special message. We cannot wait for when the time is right to share more leading into the anniversary of Resident Evil. Now it is time for the next big update for a beloved franchise.
Let's rumble. Alex. Viper. Blue. Ingrid. Sagat. Street Fighter 6.
Adios!
Wish list now.
That was Last Flag, a new online action game from the new indie studio Night Street Games, which is the ultimate game of capture the flag set in the 1970s. As you saw, the closed alpha will be starting later this year. Next, we have a beautiful new trailer for a Souls-like action RPG game developed in China by Lenzi, Wu-Tang, Fallen Feathers, which is launching on July 24th. Here's a look.
Is this bloodshed really what you wanted? Fate is all set in stone. You can't change how it ends.
awaken you.
Gotta rescue them. This is what we gotta protect. We cannot choose when people's dreams get snatched up out here.
Find Inspector Death, find RZA, find Master Kill, find Jizzle, find Method, find Break, find you, find Kappa, find Ghostface Killer.
Where is the Wu-Tang clan?
Find them.
Ghostface Killer is calling on you to rescue his Wu brothers. Wu-Tang Rise of the Receiver is a new co-op action RPG with anime-style fighting, and it's the debut title from the 53-member Brass Lion Entertainment. Now, here's a new look at Guild Wars 2, which has new updates, including player housing, and is free to play. This weekend, to celebrate SGF, you can take advantage of double XP all weekend long.
My calling takes me far from home, where shared struggles form fast bonds.
My greatest advantage? Adaptability. Their greatest weakness? Me. My story.
My story. My story is yours.
You're never gonna guess what happened. I took a bullet, I died, I came back. Here we go. And I met Johnny Silverhand. Chip. Long story.
Here is another game throwing back to a classic animation style. Enter a surreal world where you're a down-on-his-luck outcast who has to battle his inner demons, literally, in this action roguelike. Here's Into the Unwell.
Another relapse, huh? Get well soon.
it's too much for someone like you. Delusional. It won't always be so easy. You still look a little unwell.
Hey guys, I'm Ian Prue, the co-founder of 1047 Games. When we started Splitgate in our dorm room, we just wanted to make a game we could play with our friends, and 20 million of you played with us. Now, with the help from our amazing community, we've built Splitgate 2. Why? Because I grew up playing Halo, and I'm tired of playing the same Call of Duty every year, and I wish we could have Titanfall 3. With Splitgate 2, we asked ourselves, how would we take portals to the next level? What if you could portal to entirely different worlds? So we combined the action, movement, and gunplay of arena shooters with the scale and intensity of something much bigger. Splitgate Battle Royale launches free right now, and it's fucking awesome.
Just look at that water placement, expertly done. This is the epitome of sport. They are splitting savants and jetpack geniuses. The movement is so fluid, so fast, you can't stop what you can't catch.
Can he complete the comeback? He's going to try. He shoots. He gets the kill. Now that's how you portal.
They're not done yet. They got one. They got another. They're going to do it. They're going to see that all the way. Oh my God!
They did it. They actually did it.
And you're standing on the edge, face up, 'cause you're a natural.
Now we are honored to showcase the latest project from the talented minds at RGG Studio in Japan.
Got a name? Mako? Daito.
Daito. A Jap then, huh?
Don't I look like one?
You're not? So, what are you then?
さあな。俺が知りてえよ。
You saw it at TGA last year as Project Century set in 1915, and now the full name has been revealed. Stranger Than Heaven, the brand new title from RGG Studio. This time it's now 1943, and knowing RGG, I'm sure more surprises are surely on their way. All right, well, we're almost done here, but we do have one final, very special global game announcement to share with all of you who've been waiting. Today, we've showcased a lot of projects from teams around the world, including many brand new studios, and we're proud of that. But this one comes from a studio that is no stranger to delivering blockbuster games time and again. When I first got a glimpse at this project last summer, I was absolutely blown away by the scale, scope, and ambition of this developer's vision. And while there are many places, really any place, this game could have been revealed, we are so deeply honored that we get to share it with the world right here at Summer Game Fest.
Grace. Grace. Grace Ashcroft.
Yes?
My office.
Oh, coming. If this is about the report you asked for yesterday, it'll be ready in 3. No, 2 days, tops.
Put a hold on that for now. We found another body. One that exhibits the same pathology as the others we've been investigating. Now, I need a good technical analyst on this.
Okay.
I need your eyes on the crime scene. The Runwood Hotel. I know that's where your mother was murdered. Alyssa died 8 years ago. Perhaps it's time for you to face the past. Grace.
Stay close. They're coming.
I know now that you're the one that I've been searching for. The special one. The chosen one. Miss Ashcroft.
Investigating all these strange deaths, huh?
We need to keep our voices down.
Have you seen the same shit I've seen?
Please know that you are my hope.
Everyone's gone.
Stay away from that!
There you have it, Resident Evil Requiem. And it will be playable to fans this August at Gamescom, where we'll also be hosting Opening Night Live on Tuesday, August 19th. Resident Evil Requiem marks a bold shift for the franchise, both in tone and gameplay, and today's reveal isn't just about survival horror. Expect high-stakes cinematic action too, with much more to share soon leading up to its launch on February 27th, 2026. Amazing. Thank you, Capcom. That was an amazing announcement. Glad we kept it a surprise. All right, that's going to do it for our live Summer Game Fest show. Let's thank our co-host, Lucy James. Didn't she do a great job, everyone? Good job. Lucy got to see the trailer for the first time.
I know. I can't believe it. You kept that so secret.
Very top secret. All good. All right. Well, there's much more Summer Game Fest to come. Make sure to visit summergamefest.com to see a listing of all the digital events this weekend you can watch, and to highlight even more games, including the Xbox Games Showcase on Sunday. And stay tuned online to see coverage of many of the playable games at Summer Game Fest Play Days that's taking place this weekend in LA.
And make sure to stay tuned for Day of the Devs, which is coming up next, with additional new reveals from incredible independent studios around the world and deeper looks at some of the independent games we showcased today. Thanks so much, everyone.
Awesome, and thanks to you, Lucy. Great job co-hosting. All right, that's going to do it for Summer Game Fest. We will see you at Gamescom on August 19th. Thanks, everybody.
You just watched Summer Games Fest. Quite a lot to unpack. I'm Jim Hatfield. Joining me once again to break down everything that was revealed, Miranda Sanchez, Ryan McCaffrey, and Michael Hyam. Whoa, okay, so one big reveal, definitely, that we were all waiting for at the very end was Resident Evil Requiem. Resident Evil Re-9-Weem.
Yeah.
Finally, after a couple fake outs, finally real. Why don't we start with Michael? Resident Evil 9, what was your first reaction to that?
Ooh, I think the thing that stood out to me was that when Jeff Keighley said, like, hey, we're just showing survival horror for this right now, but it's going to be bigger, it's going to be more cinematic, there's going to be more to this than you expect from previous Resident Evils, and I just want to know what that is, because I think there is a lot of potential story, a lot more storytelling potential in the Resident Evil universe, and I want to see what they can do when they kind of branch out of that traditional survival horror sort of foundation that they've been working with for a very long time. Don't get me wrong, it's been working for them ever since they started with 7 and did a bunch of the remakes, but I do think it's time that the series kind of takes the next step and tries something new. And just based on the cinematic alone, I think that's what they're getting at, so I'm very excited to see what they have for Requiem.
And that word, cinematic, has me wondering if they might go back to third person.
Sure.
After the last couple mainline games have been first person. I'm happy either way. I mean, I think the series is great both ways, but that did kind of just, I don't know, maybe it's nothing, maybe they're going to keep with first person as they've done with these last couple big ones, but it does make me wonder, I wonder if they're going to pivot the camera perspective back a little bit as well. When they're talking about action, like, they might want to show the character. We'll see.
I feel like if it were third person, I'd be a little bit more inclined to play it, just because first person feels a little bit, it's just a little bit more into the shock value of jump scares and stuff, whereas third person allows you to kind of take a step back and kind of get a lay of the land. I'm curious if they do move toward, they said like more about the action, and that means, at least potentially for me, it's a little bit more approachable, but that might also be not great for fans who really want the like heavy hitting horror.
Yeah. They've integrated third person like after the fact with Village and stuff, so you know sometimes it's, you build a game around a certain perspective and then you really hone in on it. So the third person perspectives in 8 felt a little tacked on, so I do hope they commit to one or the other, whichever it might be, just commit to that direction. But yeah, it can't come soon enough, man. I really
end of February. It won't be too long.
I can't believe we got a release date. Like I feel a lot of times when we get announcements, release dates are just even a year not there, and they have committed.
It's pretty rare these days to get a AAA game announcement with a firm release date at the same exact time. Now, they don't always hit that, but Capcom has a track record of shipping big RE games in that first quarter window.
Right.
And then they mentioned early in the show, 30th anniversary next year. So granted, I guess they've got 10 months of delay they can play with if they have to and still make the anniversary year. But I'm pretty confident they'll probably make that end of February date.
Yeah. I wonder if they were waiting around for the GTA 6 release date. 'Cause now we know that's in May. Sure. So
Right.
they can be like, well, we got plenty of room.
Entirely possible.
In February. Now, we were watching on the stage here. It's very boomy in here, a little echoey. It was a little hard for us to hear some of the dialogue. So if there's people who are working the steno that can put in any other details in here, that would be useful. But it looks like we're going to be playing as Grace Ashcroft, who, I didn't know this, she's Alyssa Ashcroft's daughter. Alyssa Ashcroft was in Resident Evil Outbreak. So they're getting a little bit more of a deep-cut character here,
Sure, yeah.
not the Leons or Claires. Or, is this a character that you're familiar with, Michael?
Not too much. I mean, I played the mainline Resident Evils and kind of like stuck with the lore and that through line. I mean, think with 7 and 8 with Ethan Winters, and then when you play the DLC with his daughter Rosemary Winters, like that was kind of, I was expecting something to come out of that, but whichever direction they're taking this in, I think, as I mentioned earlier, I think that they have a lot of storytelling within the RE universe to, they have a lot more in the tank, I think, where the previous games have focused on that closed-in survival horror type of foundation and focus. So if they want to branch out and touch on other things in the lore and really go heavy on that, I think that opens up a lot for the rest of Resident Evil to continue, and this game alone to be different from everything else they've released in the past.
Where do we think this is taking place in the overall timeline? Because that bombed out city.
Yeah.
I don't know, was that Raccoon? Raccoon City?
No, they showed in the beginning in this very first part that we were watching on her screen. She was looking at like a mysterious outbreak kind of thing, and like some photos of it. And obviously, it's a little bit different, but.
Yeah.
I can't help but wonder a little bit in the bigger industry picture sense. Like, this is going to be a big game. Like, we don't know if it's any good yet. Hopefully, the track record suggests it will be. But GTA's in May. This is end of Feb.
Yep.
Is anybody going to dare go near this game for a little bit? Or is maybe everybody's now going to have to kind of look at mid to late March until around maybe late April? Like, the window is narrowing when you got all these big games that are starting
They're already staking their claim.
Yeah, exactly. Like planting their flag in the ground on certain days on the calendar.
Capcom likes that release window, though. They like Q1. They did Monster Hunter Wilds, Resident Evil 4, even the Resident Evil 2 and 3 remakes. So they like getting in there.
Village
early
was
in
in
the
there,
year.
too,
Village
if I
was
remember
in
right.
the spring sometime, too, as well. I'm excited for this one. This is definitely, I mean, was this the biggest announcement from Summer Game Fest this year?
I mean, technically speaking, yes, but there is another game that would be near and dear to my heart, and I would say it's bigger for me personally. If we want to
please share with the class.
Stranger Than Heaven is the new game from RGG Studios, the makers of the Yakuza / Like a Dragon franchise. And if y'all know me, you know how much that franchise means to me. I love what RGG does. There are storytelling masters, and they are so good at building an environment that becomes a character. That's the whole thing about the Like a Dragon and Yakuza franchise, is that those environments become part of the characters and that story, and returning to those towns and being familiar with the streets is such an integral part of what they do. And I mentioned that because Stranger Than Heaven, that makes such a great impression with the world that they're working in. 1943, like this pseudo-noir Japan. It has such a striking aesthetic, such a striking look, and such a interesting time, like an era in Japanese history to delve into. Like, that's one thing I'm kind of like, not, I wouldn't say worried about, but I'm just curious what they're doing with this time period specifically. If they're just doing like this hard-boiled noir kind of thing in the vein of a Yakuza. But I look at this and I'm like, I want to explore that city. I've been to Kamurocho so many times and I love it. I do miss it. But if they build a new place from the ground up, this looks, I'm super impressed already with what they're doing. And you see a lot of the foundational material from the Yakuza franchise being built into this. Even Judgment, with some of the ways you inspect the environment, the way you can make choices in some of the things that you're doing in this game, as they teased in this trailer. It's just like all the things that they've been building for many, many years, they're all putting it into this game. So I'm really hyped.
You think this is an old school Yakuza action game or a Like a Dragon RPG?
Oh, they're going action with this one, and I think they should, because I think that Like a Dragon has really carved itself out as like, hey, we're still doing turn-based RPGs. Like there's still JRPGs out there, and they really figured that out. But they still have the chops to do action. And if you play the Judgment games, those action combat systems are very, very good. They're not going to probably continue that franchise, so I imagine that they're using this as the opportunity to continue making action brawlers in these really lived-in worlds.
In this setting, too, it just feels like it lends itself better to that action like environment. Like it's really down and dirty. Like you're just punching people, showing no mercy apparently, which was sick.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think it's just such a vibe. It's such a mood. Like he's got the trench coat. He's got that like dark, moody PI vibe. But obviously he does not seem to be a PI if he's just stabbing people in the street, which is great. And I think. I was also very excited by this. I've always wanted to play a Yakuza game. I'm like, oh, I can't wait to play.
Where do you start?
Every time they see them, I'm like, yeah, but where do I start? And it feels like it's a little hard to get into. So Like a Dragon has felt a little bit more approachable, but maybe tonally a little bit different from what I was wanting. I wanted a little bit more moody, more drama. And then they announced this, and I was like, this slaps. This is what I wanted.
Mood is exactly the word that came to mind for me too, and which also was exactly the right word for the first trailer for when it was still Project Sentry. Like that jumped out to all of us too, and seeing now the actual game, I don't think it's a downgrade at all over that initial trailer. Like this looks fantastic. I love the lighting. I love the mood, the atmosphere, the time period,
it's a vibe.
Yeah, it really is, and this is definitely right onto my radar.
I feel like when you play this, you have to have a little thing of whiskey next to you.
Yeah.
Or something like you have to have
Suntory.
Nice little beverage.
And
Japanese whiskey for sure.
Yeah, they got the melodrama down. If there's anything RGG is great at, it's that melodrama, that cinematic storytelling. That I know I'm gonna love these dudes already or hate them, and it's just I'm so hyped. Stranger Than Heaven, cool ass name too.
Yeah.
Also the title of my '90s alternative rock album, Stranger Than Heaven.
I can hear it in my head. Revealed just a few months ago as Project Century, now Stranger Than Heaven. Back in that initial reveal trailer, I believe it said 1915 Japan. So what, do you think this whole setting has changed? Or is this a game where you play in different time periods?
Ooh, that's a good question.
That's a good ass question.
Okay, we don't have the answer to that one right now, but that's something to ponder. Ryan, you're a big GTA guy. Did you ever get into the Yakuza games?
I played a little bit of whichever one launched on Xbox Series X.
Like a Dragon.
Thank you.
The first time they did RPG.
Yeah, had a super good time with it. Like that was a really enjoyable game. But this just looks like just watching this, I have to play this game.
Yeah.
It's just like I have to see more of that world and see what's going on there. So yeah, can't wait.
Now, another game that was revealed that was a little bit of a surprise to me was Code Vein 2.
Yes.
But you were happy about that one, Michael.
I was. I do like Code Vein quite a bit. It is essentially, it was one of the early games that tried to be a Souls-like, I guess. And it's like an anime aesthetic on top of the principles you would think of a Souls-like game. And it was good. I would say it was good. It didn't like blow me away or anything, but I just like the idea of that anime aesthetic from Bandai Namco on top of something that feels very familiar. And I felt like after that game, they could have gone deeper, they could have done some things better. It felt a little by the numbers in terms of what you're looking for from a Souls-like game. So if they take another crack at it, I think they can really create something special here. And that world of Code Vein, like I really think they did great with the lore. They didn't do too much with it in that game. So again, if they have another chance at building that out, I was talking about a Scarlet Nexus 2 from Bandai Namco in the pre-show, but you know what? I'll take a Code Vein 2. I really like how this game looks and its attitude, and I really think they can do something special with a second crack at it.
We did not do well with our predictions. Like
our
most of them were
well, we talked a little bit about Resident Evil, I think.
Yeah, that was the only one. That was the only one, I think. Well, actually, also Infinity Nikki was shown for a split second.
Just a split second. Yeah. There was an existence of Infinity Nikki. One game that impressed all of us was Acts of Blood, which we started getting some Sifu vibes of it. It's it's very sort of like a martial arts simulator. But then we started getting more like the Raid, like hardcore the Raid action movie vibes. This one looks really cool. It's an indie Indonesian beat 'em up.
Yes.
It won me over immediately.
Yeah, I gotta give a shout out to Southeast Asian game developers out there. They're doing some special stuff out there, and this stood out because like Sifu came out a while ago at this point, man.
Yeah,
and that game really stood out, and that was but It was like, when are we going to get another one of these like straight brawler, like focused on combat only? Once you start whipping out guns in this, I was like, oh, okay, maybe we're doing something a little different here. But in terms of traversal and like hand-to-hand combat, crowd control, and just this game looks, yeah, I really like what I'm seeing.
There's a couple things that jumped out to me for this were, one, the apparent bone breaking, because they do a little X-ray thing on certain hits.
You always love to see that.
So yeah, I'm super into that. And two, the camera work. I hope it wasn't just for the trailer, like it wasn't just a cinematic camera work on the trailer, because if what we saw is the gameplay camera, it had a little more life to it. It was a little more vibrant than your typical like third-person camera. So I really hope that that's what the actual game looks like when you're playing it.
Yeah.
I loved how moody it was. A lot of moody games, I guess, that really struck a chord here. And with like nice little pops of color, and the music they had was fantastic. I was like, man, this is so punk. I love this.
By the way, summer 2026, I think we can rule out June, since that'll still be in that Grand Theft Auto Fallout window, right? Like
I'm sure they're not thinking about
July
GTA.
or August, probably. I think we can narrow in.
Yeah, Sifu had that mechanic where every time you were defeated, you age
right.
a decade or something. So it'll be interesting to see if Axe of Blood has any sort of like interesting high concept mechanic beyond just the combat in there, right? Did you ever play Sifu, Ryan?
I played a bit of it, and it's tough. I did my best. I didn't finish it, but I did have a really good time with it. It's just
cool
really
game.
well put together.
Okay, we need to take a quick break. When we return, we still got tons more games to talk about. Stick around. Lots more IGN Summer of Gaming coming up right here.
IGN Summer of Gaming is presented by FX's Alien Earth. Premieres August 12th on FX and Hulu.
Welcome back to IGN Summer of Gaming. Coming up, we've got more announcements and never-before-seen gameplay, but first, we've got a brand new look at FX's Alien Earth. Alien Earth is the first television series inspired by the legendary Alien film franchise from creator Noah Hawley and executive producer Ridley Scott. In this corporate era, cyborgs and synthetics exist alongside humans while 5 corporations govern Earth and control all technological advances. The game is changed when a new technological advancement, hybrids, are unlocked, humanoid robots infused with human consciousness. The first hybrid prototype, named Wendy, marks a new dawn in the race for immortality. After Weyland-Yutani's spaceship collides into Prodigy City, Wendy and the other hybrids encounter 5 mysterious life forms more terrifying than anyone imagined. FX's Alien Earth premieres August 12th on FX and Hulu, and it's shaping up to be a... There's something on the lens. You got a towel? Thanks. What is that? Oh my God.
How's our girl?
She's ready.
You're gonna be the first person to transition from a human body to a synthetic.
Because I'm special.
That's right. You're very, very special.
Spacecraft.
I want what's on that ship.
We can do it. We're fast, we're strong, we don't break.
It's like a zoo, but the animals got out.
This ship collected 5 different life forms from the darkest corners of the universe. Monsters.
Invasive species. Predatory.
If we don't lock them down, it will be too late.
Welcome back to IGN Summer of Gaming.
Welcome back. This is IGN's live coverage of Summer of Gaming 2025. We saw Resident Evil Requiem, Stranger Than Heaven, so much more. Let's see what the folks online are talking about using our Lenovo Legion 7i, a laptop designed for everyday use, including live productions like this one. Enjoy a thinner, lighter gaming experience with the latest NVIDIA GeForce RTX 50 series GPU, the advanced performance of the Intel Core Ultra 9 processor, and a breathtaking OLED gaming display. Now, our first tweet comes from Danny O'Dwyer, who says, my favorite trailer of SGF so far is Ill. That's the name of the game, Ill. The game where you can kick zombie babies into barrels and it all has realistic physics. That's gaming, baby. And this game actually stood out to me as well. This is a first-person survival horror game that looks real gross, and that's up my alley.
It's very gross.
Yeah.
We've got, we might have a little exclusive gameplay for that game coming up on IGN soon, possibly.
It's coming up soon?
Well, some exclusive gameplay might be.
Okay, yeah, sure. do we have any other details on what this game is all about? What the premise is, beyond it just being first-person, scary,
Not much
gory?
for now.
Okay.
Yeah, not much for now.
Okay. One of the biggest surprises. Oh, yeah, this is it.
Ugh.
Yeah.
So gross.
Whoa, that guy looked backwards at me. Okay. Surprises of the show: Game of Thrones, War for Westeros, a new Game of Thrones game, an RTS.
Yeah.
What's up with all these Game of Thrones games?
There's a lot of Game of Thrones. One just came out, right? King's Road.
Yeah, King's Road, which has been received with very mixed.
The mobile game pretending to be a console/PC game.
Yeah, lots of.
So this one is an RTS, and it's a cinematic trailer. We get to see the iconic battle between Jon Snow and the White Walker sort of recreated, but this time, Jon Snow gets turned into a White Walker.
Ooh.
So I mean, there's a lot of different factions, houses, families in Game of Thrones. You can see how that could work as an RTS, big large-scale battles. And it seemed they also showed Jaime Lannister in there, so maybe there's going to be hero characters. You know, I can see how this works as an RTS. What do you think, Ryan?
I mean, in all seriousness, I love Lord of the Rings Battle for Middle-earth, those RTS games.
Yeah.
So it's like, not that Lord of the Rings and Game of Thrones are a one-to-one, but it's
Sure.
like it can be done. Like you can take an IP like this that has a sort of set story and characters and make an interesting strategy game out of it. So I'm optimistic.
Yeah, I mean, I like the IP. Obviously, there are issues with the way the show wrapped up, and everyone is aware of that. But I like the IP, and I like RTS games, so there could be something there. I want to know who's making it. If anyone in my ear knows who's making it, let us know. But Michael, how are you feeling about War for Westeros?
I think I used to play a lot of RTS games, and so I feel like there is a niche to be filled with like a good high quality RTS. And I'm kind of of two minds using Game of Thrones for an RTS. It's like, one, that makes sense like conceptually, as y'all said. But then two, whenever maybe I'm just like, my brain has been poisoned, where like if you take a big IP, you probably want to make it in a genre that is palatable to a wide audience. And RTS has been like kind of fell by the wayside in terms of its popularity. But hey, I do miss my RTS game, so maybe I'll come to this wanting a good RTS rather than it coming to it as like, oh, I'm playing another a Game of Thrones game.
Yeah.
So, but like y'all said, I need to know who the developer is. Like, when it comes to RTS games, like you really got to nail it right. You can't just like go by the numbers and expect that to be the IP to carry the weight for it. But I do think there's still room for innovation in the RTS genre, even though we don't see them very often.
Mm-hmm.
But what if instead George R.R. Martin got involved in a game that was not about the core Game of Thrones characters? Just let them do some cool exploration,
And
a
they
la Shadow of Mordor.
And they could
something
call
else.
it Video Game of Thrones.
Obviously, he needs to be busy writing this book, apparently, and people are really stressed about that. But
Yeah.
I mean, he's had experience with Elden Ring and stuff,
Yeah,
so I
yeah.
mean, there's potential there. I don't know. I'm kind of down with the let's put more Game of Thrones into games for some reason, just because.
I mean, to your point, Michael,
I
though,
like that.
because it's not a appeal to everyone. Like we're going a little more niche here with
Yeah.
strategy. That maybe they'll then lean into it, and it'll be a really like hardcore RTS game that happens to be built around an IP that a bunch of people love.
Yeah, now that I think about it, it's like, I mean, the Game of Thrones audience are kind of sickos to begin with, so like, join them with the RTS sickos, and you get like the perfect marriage of sickos who love this genre of fantasy, and like, I get it, I get it. That seems like it could really work.
I was gonna say the flip side is that it could, because it has such appeal, get more people into RTS.
Yeah,
like, I'm kind of thinking about it, honestly. I'm not an RTS person, but I'm like, I might play.
Yeah.
I'll at least rewatch the show.
Warner Brothers has said they're going to focus on those 3 big IP: Game of Thrones, DC, and Harry Potter. Like that's their focus right now. I'm also told that I think it was Wayside Games. Wayside is making it, and they have one other game under their belt. So fairly unknown developer working on that. Okay, another really nice surprise. A game we've been looking forward to, hadn't seen in a long time, was Mina the Hollower, the follow-up for the first new IP in a long time from Shovel Knight.
Yes.
Shovel Knight devs.
Yeah, Club.
And this game looks awesome. It looks like Link's Awakening, like a Game Boy Color game. It looks awesome.
I just want to get this put onto my analog pocket.
Yeah.
That's the only way I want to play it.
It feels right.
Yeah.
It'll feel right on a Nintendo Switch 2.
Yeah, I feel like I've been hearing about Mina the Hollower for a while now, and it's good to. I would say it's like Silk Song levels, but it is one of those games that has kind of like taken on a personality of its own because of how much it's been talked about since, and how people are kind of just waiting in the wings for it. But yeah, that 8-bit art style that is like animated and put in motion to such high fidelity is like. That's such a smart move. It's adorable, but it's also very distinct. It's not just trying to be like, oh, look at us, we're old school. Like, you know, they made Shovel Knight, and they know what they're doing with that. So, like, taking that core idea and then making something a little bit different with the new IP and all that, like, yeah, I'm super into this.
I just love when developers will go for a vibe while putting sort of technological limitations on themselves. Because it forces you like, okay, how do we innovate our design within this? And this looks like what would have been a AAA original NES game back in the day. And yeah, it's there's just you can tell from this trailer there's a lot here. Like you can tell there is some serious depth. There is a lot of content. And it's, they're staking claim to Halloween. They're the first ones. We'll see if anybody else tries to decide they want to ship something on Halloween as well. Every year, somebody's going for that Halloween window, and this year, it's them.
It's great to finally have a release date for that one. What was this? What was the Wu-Tang game? Wu-Tang Rise of the Deceiver.
Yeah.
That was a surprise to me. You knew something about this?
Who's to say? We might have more at IGN
All right,
Live.
then keep your secrets.
Yeah. No, it's an action RPG themed around the Wu-Tang Clan. Members of the Wu-Tang Clan are missing, and you're supposed to find them. And I am under the impression that you are going to get some kind of powers when you find them. That's what my sneaking suspicion is. We'll find out more. But the idea of you have like a character that you create, and there's co-op too. So it's an action RPG, and you have to find the members of the Wu-Tang Clan. And like, it's been so long since we've had a Wu-Tang game with was it challenge style back on the PS1 all the way. So I'm kind of surprised that this is the first one we've seen in like 25, 26 years. And the thing I'm most curious about is like the gameplay can be like decent. It can be solid, right? But the idea of integrating the Wu-Tang Clan there and using their music for the soundtrack, like in the trailer, you hear this arrangement or remix of Cream, which is, and it's like, it's kind of, it's got that dark tone you'd hear in like a remix for a horror movie trailer, whatever. But it's like, ooh, what if the discography for Wu-Tang is so wide, and like if they're able to like wield that in a really smart way, like I think that would be enough to get me in. But I want to see how the members of the Wu-Tang Clan are involved in this story or involved in the game at all. Like there's a lot of questions still, but yeah, this was kind of a surprise, and like I'm not gonna say no to this one.
I mean, the very brief glimpse of, I think it was gameplay in there, looks cool.
Yeah,
Really cool art style.
Yeah, it's like a stop motion animation to it as well.
Yeah. It looked really cool. Did that do anything for you, Ryan?
I am not well versed in the ways of the Wu-Tang Clan, so
I wouldn't say that I am either, but just that looks like something that
I'll
could
sit
be fun.
back and give it a try for sure.
Could be fun to play. Well, Ryan, I know one game that did catch your eye was Lego Voyager.
Yeah, it looked like
Split
Fiction, but with Legos, and you're sort of using Lego pieces to traverse and solve environmental puzzles. It also visually looks great, which granted, most of the Lego games do these days. But yeah, this I don't know. It just something about it just looks completely endearing and alluring, and I can't wait to play it with my 13-year-old daughter, who we've played like all of Joseph Ferris's games together. And I know this is not a Hazelight Studios game, but yeah, this just looks great. I wasn't expecting this, and now I just seriously cannot wait to play this.
Yeah, I got weirdly emotional during this trailer. I don't know what it is. I think it's because they're so cute. They're like they're big eyeball, and they're like working
one
with
by
each
one
other.
blocks.
Yeah, they're like working with each other, and I think a lot of like the aesthetic and then the music has a very serene vibe and atmosphere that it's just kind of like really sweet.
Yeah.
And it's really cute. It's so adorable. Oh my gosh. Oh, I'm just like, oh.
I will absolutely be playing this with my twin sister.
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
I am so excited. It's really cute. I'm also just so happy we're getting this massive resurgence of co-op games.
Yeah.
Even if it's optional co-op, like even with the Wu-Tang game, like in this is obviously you have to probably do co-op, but it's just nice to have that recognition that we want to play games together. And not necessarily be against each other and playing those games.
Yeah, it's such a smart use of the Lego IP also.
Yeah.
Like this isn't a traditional game that you would see or whatever. Like this is it's a creative use of the IP. But I'm like curious how those gameplay mechanics work as you're like linking things together and building more blocks together to get through the paths and all that. So, but yeah, from what we've seen so far, it's like this is really creative, and I think that's what's important.
And apparently, it has the Split Fiction and It Takes Two style friend pass. We only need to buy one copy. You got two people to play online together.
Cool.
So
That's an industry trend I can get behind.
Yeah.
For sure, for sure. Okay, another one that really stood out to me was End of Abyss, and I wondered if this caught Ryan's eye, because we were talking about Inside earlier, and this kind of looks like a top-down Inside to me. Like maybe you can bring up this footage here.
First of all, it's like you give me a sort of narratively driven game with a beautiful, unique art style. And a story that's told in some unique way, and I'm in. And this checked all those boxes for me. I love the visual aesthetic here. The gameplay that we saw looked really good. I mean, you can see just the color palette, the lighting, everything about this is like, I just want to see more. I want to play more. So, and I'll tell you, I mean, it's Epic Publishing, so I think this is presumably an Unreal Engine 5 thing. And I'll be honest, like what's shipped in Unreal Engine 5 so far hasn't quite lived up to the potential of the tech demos that we've seen. But now, I mean, this is like a smaller scale game.
Exactly.
And it's obviously a smaller scope, but technologically, like, I'm loving what they're doing with the tech here. And I think this has got serious, like, indie darling potential to it. I mean, to the point where Epic believed in it enough to want to publish it themselves. So that's a good sign.
That one's coming 2026. And then another one that we really liked the look of was Out of Words. And that's the one that kind of has the stop motion. Another Split Fiction like, I think. It seems to be another co-op game, right?
Yeah,
With this sort of stop motion art style. You can see it behind us here.
Oh, yeah.
What did you guys think of this one?
Another Ryan game. It's so cute. The little critter. A little critter. We love a good little critter. But yeah, again, more co-op. It's like, that's exactly what we want, with a cool art style, and of course, literally handcrafted, which is gorgeous.
I mean, it's tough these days with the abundance of creativity in the industry to make a game look like something we've never seen before. Well, this looks like something I've never seen before. Not that there haven't been other stop motion kind of games before in the animation sense, but like, this would never be mistaken for another game in a beautiful way. You're like, oh yeah, of course this is what it is. And so yeah, if the puzzles can live up and the stories can live up to the potential of the visuals, then this could be another one that I'm eagerly waiting to play through at IGN.
Stop motion's kind of another trend that's been really popping up, like this, or even looking like
Wu-Tang.
it has a sort of stop motion style if it's not hand done stop motion. Like they're all kind of mimicking that animation, and it's really cool.
There's the little guy in Death Stranding 2.
Oh
yeah,
the little puppet. He's he's the only one in stop motion. That's a trend. I also like this trend of co-op games.
Yes.
Like there's
As Miranda
there's always been there's always been co-op games, but like the rate at which we are seeing them now, I think maybe in light of Hazelight.
Well, it's when Split Fiction sells 20 million
It Takes Two.
It Takes Two, thank you, sells 20 million copies. That's gonna
gonna
get a lot of green lights going at publishers for other co-op games, and we get to enjoy the fruits of that.
All right, we need to take a quick break. But first, I want to remind everyone there are still things happening and plenty more big summer reveals still to come. We've got tons of cool stuff to show off on Saturday at IGN Live. Then on Sunday, it's the Xbox Game Showcase. You can join us for live pre- and post-show coverage of that right here on IGN. Stay tuned.
IGN Summer of Gaming is presented by Nintendo Switch 2. All together, anytime, anywhere.
What's up, everybody? Welcome back to IGN Summer of Gaming. I'm Damon Hatfield, joined by Brian Altano.
Hey, it's nice to be here.
Kim Horcher.
Hey, everyone.
And Max Scoville.
Howdy.
And we are here today to talk about all things Nintendo Switch 2 and Mario Kart World. And Brian, I know you've gotten your hands on it.
Yes, I love the Nintendo Switch 2. Mario Kart World is so much fun, and I cannot wait to play more. I'm counting down the days.
Kim, have you heard about the cow?
I've heard it. Its name is
Tell her
just
about the
Cow.
There's a cow?
There's a cow. You can be a cow. You can play Mario Kart as a cow. It's
and
amazing.
the cow's name is Cow?
Its name is Cow.
Yeah, I gotta tell you, I've been playing it all morning. Honestly, it's a blast. It's so much fun.
You've been playing what this morning?
Nintendo Switch 2.
There's a Nintendo Switch 2 system in the office right now while we're sitting here just talking about it.
2 of them, actually, in my office as we speak. Can't wait to get back to them, but let's get right into it. Kim, let's start with you. What are you most excited for?
Okay, first of all, I just can't believe we're finally getting a new generation of Nintendo Switch hardware. Everything I've seen about Mario Kart World, new and returning characters, new modes, I just can't wait to play it.
Yeah, I agree. I love Mario Kart. I'm dying to learn about all of the different modes in Mario Kart World.
Yes! Later, suckers.
Well, Brian, Mario Kart World has all the awesome game modes you know and love, like Grand Prix, Versus Race, Time Trials, and so much more. But that's just the tip of the iceberg. One of the coolest new things for me is Free Roam mode, which really lets you experience how vast this new interconnected world is.
Yes!
There is so much stuff I can't wait to discover, like collectibles, Peach medallions, question panels, and hundreds of P-switches, which activate awesome new challenges that put your skills to the test.
That's really cool and informative. Damien, do any other hosts on this AGN panel have a questions? Max?
Yes! A question just occurred to me, spontaneously. What else can you do in Mario Kart World?
Do you think anyone's going to notice we're gone?
Don't worry about it. I got it covered.
Wario has powers that go beyond...
It's not about power, it's about speed.
I have the power of Wario inside of me.
All right, which course we playing?
Well, what course do you want to lose on?
Toad's Factory.
Yeah.
There's 24 driver Grand Prix races where you compete across 4 interconnected courses, including racing the distance between each course, new items like coin shells, Kamek, and dash food, which allows you to change into cool outfits.
I just ate a burger and I got a new outfit. What?
Hand to hand.
Hand-to-hand combat right now, right here.
You will lose.
You shall lose.
Another exciting new addition is Knockout Tour, where up to 24 drivers race through back-to-back courses. If you don't place high enough by the time you reach each of the 5 checkpoints, you're out. So, as you can tell, the world is your racetrack and there's plenty to discover. Any final thoughts, Kim?
Wow, that's so cool, Damon.
Yeah.
Wow, that's so cool, Damon.
Yeah.
Wow, that's so cool, Damon.
Knocked out!
Booyah! Knock out!
She's good.
Yep.
The next evolution of the Nintendo Switch system is here. Enjoy your games on a bigger 1080p screen, or connect to a TV and play in up to 4K resolution, plus frame rates of 120 frames per second with compatible games and displays. Don't miss out on Mario Kart World, which is exclusive to the Nintendo Switch 2 system.
Yes! Yes! Are you guys in my office? And I'm back, right from my office, and we're back. This is IGN Summer of Gaming. We're recapping Summer Game Fest. There are a ton of games shown, including Mouse PI for Hire. What's the hype level on this one? There are a couple Cuphead-like in terms of aesthetics at this show. So this one's a first-person shooter, I think.
Yeah, it looks sick.
Yeah.
I like this trend of this old-timey style. I don't actually know what it's called. Do you know what it's called, Ryan?
Do what?
Like the animation
art style?
style.
Oh, it's supposed to be like Garden Hose. what they call it?
It's like Steamboat
Rubber
Willie
hose?
era.
Yeah. I was like, I don't know if there's an actual name for it, but it's obviously popping up everywhere, and this is giving obviously big Bendy and the Ink Machine vibes, and I love it. Like, I just really want to play it. And I know it's been on the top of the Steam charts for the wish list for a long time now too.
I mean, if you're gonna do an art style like this, you have to go all the way in, and they clearly seem to be doing that. And yeah, like if a Cuphead-looking first-person shooter in black and white. I mean, I don't know anything about the mechanics of this game yet, but just from what bits we've seen, and this is hardly the first trailer for this, but it looks totally like my kind of game, where it's a unique-looking first-person shooter that's got its own personality.
I like that it looks like it's having fun, but also taking what it's doing seriously. Like, I think we saw another game that kind of had a similar style that just felt gross. Yeah, I think that's exactly what you said. It was like, oh, that just feels gross. And I'm like, yeah, and it feels like it's just playing with this, like, oh, look, this old-time cartoon that we're making fun of, and it's like, I don't.
This
I don't
doesn't
want
look like it was greenlit just because the copyright on Steamboat Willie went into the public domain.
Yeah, exactly. I'm being told this is actually a Metroidvania, which is interesting.
Oh,
not too many.
That is more interesting, actually.
Oh, Metroidvania, although there's Metroid Prime, of course, and Metroid Prime 4 coming later this year. No big Nintendo announcements at the show this year, Summer Game Fest. So we're still waiting on the release date for Metroid Prime 4. Ryan, did you get to play Deadpool VR?
I did, actually. Yeah, there's a preview up, right now on IGN.
Cool.
I talked about some of the most interesting things that I learned about it. If your ears were not deceiving you, that is like, wait, that sound-alike for Ryan Reynolds kind of sounds like Neil Patrick Harris. It is Neil Patrick Harris, and he does a pretty good job so I played about 20, 30 minutes of this from an super early section, so there was a lot of tutorial elements to it, but when my demo ended, because at just one point it just kind of faded to a title screen, I was just getting comfortable and was like, no, I want to play more of this. So yeah, like, you might not immediately think about Deadpool as a VR game.
Yeah.
Apparently the last Deadpool game was a not super great game that Activision published in 2013.
Yeah, I remember
so
that.
So it's been a minute, but yeah, you've got swords and guns. Obviously, you can grab those off your back anytime you like, or out of your hip holsters on the guns. And it leans into Deadpool. So you saw the kind of doing like enemy heads as a kebab, and then you can fling those heads at guys.
Oh.
If your own arm gets cut off, yes, it will regenerate, but you can pick it up. You can pick up the severed arm with the still attached arm and beat guys with it. So it's fully leaning into the violence. They've got plenty of R-rated jokes in there, and we were talking about VR on the pre-show, Damon, and like Meta, I have to give them credit. Like, they are really trying in the VR space. They gave us Batman Arkham Shadow, which is really good last year, and now Deadpool VR this year, which hopefully will be good again. I really enjoyed what I played. So yeah, my tip of the cap to them for continuing to try and push VR gaming forward in a way that I just feel like Sony is not doing at all.
I'm calling it right now. Whenever the next Deadpool movie is out, years from now, there'll be a Neil Patrick Harris Deadpool cameo. I think Ryan Reynolds would totally do that. Okay, as promised, we got the new trailer for Mafia: The Old Country. Ryan, you're saying you're a Mafia fan. You're probably already excited, invested in Mafia: The Old Country. New trailer do anything for you?
No, just because I'm just ready to play the game.
Yeah.
It's like I like that they've made it explicitly clear that this is not a full open world game the way that they tried to go with Mafia 3, because like I was saying on the pre-show, 3 just didn't grab me the way that 1 and 2 did. But 1 and 2 were really, really good stories told linearly within an open world, but it wasn't an open world game, if that makes sense. I mean, if you played...
Not in the sense that we know today.
Exactly. And so with this one, just going back to that 1 and 2, like, we are here to tell a really good linear story, and I love that it's a prequel, and I love that it's set in I believe it's Sicily. I am all for this, and I it's the wait is short. Like this thing's out in early August.
Right.
So in like 2 months exactly, we're playing this game.
Yeah. Is this also one you're looking forward to, Michael?
Yes, I am a big Mafia fan. I played the original Mafia when I was a wee little boy. I should not be playing violent video games like that. But the thing I loved about Mafia 1 is that, like you said, it's an open world. And at first glance at the time, you'd be like, oh, they're trying to make GTA. And it's like, no, that's not what Mafia was trying to be. Yeah, it takes place in an open world where you go into the street, drive a car, go here and there. But like the cinematic storytelling in Mafia 1 for its day back in 2002, really I think that was when it came out originally on PC.
The ending of that game was...
The ending of that game messed me up. I played it when I was like 14, 15. I hadn't watched The Godfather at the
Play
time.
Mafia Definitive Edition if you're listening to us going, oh, this sounds pretty cool. Go play the remake.
Oh, that story. I learned how to play the theme song to Mafia 1 on violin too, so I was super into it.
Wow, you were really into it, dang.
Yeah, I really liked Mafia 1. 2 was a continuation of that. And again, it was not like, hey, there's a bunch of side quests to do. There's like this big open world to explore. It's like, no, you're here for a very specific kind of story. And those games were amazing. So I do like 3 a lot, and I know 3 gets a lot of hate for like how repetitive it was, because then that's when it became a traditional open world and didn't really understand what makes a good open world click. But that again, like they always do in the Mafia series, the storytelling of Mafia 3 was some of the best when it came out in 2016. And it touched on things that a lot of storytellers are too afraid to touch on, because you have to do that story right. And Mafia 3 was one of the rare games that touched on very, touchy subject matter. Growing up in 1960s in the American South, that is like Lincoln Clay is still one of my favorite characters in games. That story really hit. But it was kind of a chore to play through. So hopefully Old Country, like they understand where they were kind of missing with Mafia 3. And I have hope for this one.
Have they said with Mafia the Old Country, day 1, can we play it in Italian?
Ooh,
Italian
I should
lip
hope
syncing?
so.
I hope so.
I sure hope so.
I like to play games, whatever the original language is.
Absolutely, yeah.
That's what I do with Ghost of Yotei and all that. Okay, another good surprise, we should talk about Atomic Heart 2. Because Atomic Heart was
I feel like it just
2
came
years
out.
ago.
Yeah,
2 years ago now?
it's 2 years ago.
Already? Wow, time flies.
Yeah.
I actually never played Atomic Heart. So someone who's played it,
I have played it.
Tell us your impressions of the trailer for Atomic Heart 2.
Atomic Heart, going into the first one, you're like, oh, they're trying to do a sort of Bioshock-esque kind of game. It's like, okay, cool, yeah, I'll take one of those. But there was something like missing about the way that world was built. It felt a little hollow. Like there was a good idea there, and mechanically speaking, they were doing some interesting things with it. But it just kind of was like, it felt like, I don't want to say a tech demo, but it felt like a proof of concept. Now, so when I see the Atomic Heart 2 trailer, I'm like, oh, maybe that first game kind of was a proof of concept, because this trailer is bonkers, man.
Yeah.
I didn't expect a sequel quite yet, but then a sequel at this scale from what they're showing in the trailer, like in terms of like how they're building that world, traversal, the places you go, the tone of this trailer too is a lot different from the first game as well. But there's still that similar kind of retro futuristic aesthetic that's going on with it. So if this is them building on the first game in like to that scale, I'm curious to see what it ends up being. But I think I am more bought into the idea of an Atomic Heart sequel after seeing this than I would have if you just asked me after I finished the first game. So yeah, but I will say this game probably ain't coming out for another how many years, man.
I had 2 thoughts when I watched this. The first thought was, wow, this looks genuinely fantastic, like you said, about clearly a larger scale, larger scope going on. But that was the second thought was, there is no way, given that it's only been 2 years since the first one, there's no way we're playing this within the next 3 years, probably.
Yeah.
Most likely. That's what modern development cycles tell us, to not expect this anytime soon. So okay, like I'll just file this nice reveal trailer away in my brain for a while until we get much closer to the game being done.
I mean, it looks like they're doing some cool world building here, and they're still like working with some interesting ideas. So I don't know, maybe I'll check this one out, and maybe the team learned a lot from working on the first one, and are able to really achieve the vision that they had for the first one with the sequel. Okay, it's time to pick our favorite game from the show from Summer Game Fest. Miranda, start with you. What was your favorite thing you saw today?
Stranger Than Heaven. Easy.
Cool. Let's stick
yeah.
there for a second.
Okay.
So what stands out about that? What gets you excited for that?
Yeah, so I think that with this showcase, it felt like a lot of reminders of things we already know about and sort of surfacing things that are coming soon. And this one was like a reminder I needed because I kind of forgot that it got announced, and getting an official title and getting to see, again, more of that moodiness, hearing more of the jazz, really just did it for me. And I think, again, having been a person who wants to be into Yakuza, like I really want to get in there, I really want to be that person, but it just does feel so impenetrable. Them doing this and saying, hey, this can be our handshake and it can be phenomenal potentially. And I'm like, yeah, I'm down for that. Like, let's go. So I think that really stuck out for me, and I wasn't expecting it. And again, this was, I think, one of the more exciting, revisiting something that's already been announced and giving us a different look that we haven't seen before.
The Yakuza games usually try to do a pretty good recreation of a real-world location in Japan or in Hawaii. They haven't explicitly said that here, so what would you prefer? Or like a real, an authentic recreation of Tokyo, say, from that time, or like a new fictional city set in Japan?
I would probably say new fictional city set in Japan, just because it would give them a little bit more room to play with whatever their ambitions are for this, whether it's revisiting a bits of history, and if they want to pull different bits of like local history from different places and kind of cram them in together to explore them a little bit more, rather than having to travel, that would be cool. But also, I mean, I'm happy with either, really.
I mean,
I also miss Japan, so.
Setting it in, I do too.
Yeah.
Setting it in 1943, they're going to have to deal with the war stuff in there too.
Yeah.
Right? Like that's going to have to be a big part of it. Okay, Ryan, favorite game of the show?
In the interest of not just saying the same thing Miranda said, I'm going to go with the Lego game, whose full name escapes me. My
Lego
brain.
Voyager.
Thank you.
Yeah.
It just instant, like we already said, instant split fiction vibes. Visually, it looked great. Just the charm of it. I mean, just repeating everything I was already saying about this earlier, but this is the one that is sticking with me, along with the RGG game. This is the one that I'm going to still be thinking about later, I think, because that's, inevitably what happens with these is, like, that was a long show. That was a 2-hour show, which is great that we get all these trailers, we get a lot of these reveals, but inevitably, most people will not remember a lot of these games, which is unfortunate. That's why it's nice you can go on IGN and revisit them and say, that one. But this is jumped out at me, and this is what's going to stick with me. And I can't wait I really want to play this. Like, I'm now super itching to play this game.
Yeah, same here. Michael, favorite game?
Sorry, I gotta say, Stranger Than Heaven. I know Miranda already picked it, and I know we already talked about it, but I cannot stress enough how happy I am to see RGG Studios do a new IP, a new game, and that is still playing into their strengths. Like, they know what they're good at, and they've done it many, many times. And so this is their opportunity to still do what they're good at, but in a completely different context. So there's a lot of potential here for them to break away from Like a Dragon and build something new, and that's what I'm getting out of this. But like I've said already, their melodramatic storytelling is just unmatched. The thing that I'm thinking about is they always have a comedic edge to them, though. And this looks like it is playing it pretty serious. So I'm wondering about the ways in which that will be injected, because it is one of their strengths. And if that's not present in this, then I'm like, man, you kind of missed out on one of the reasons why I come to their games. Even Judgment had a lot of that stuff in it. So I guess Stranger Than Heaven, man. This is such a cool idea. I just want to finally see what this is for myself, because it feels like they're doing a greatest hits of a lot of the mechanics that we've seen from their games, and then doing a completely new IP is, and that like you mentioned, playing it in 1943 is such a contentious time.
Yeah.
So the thing I'm paying attention to as I move forward, paying attention to this game, is what are they trying to say with this game? Is it just like, hey, I'm a hard-boiled detective in 1940s Japan, or is it going to tie into like the history of that time? Because that is another thing they are also very good at with Yakuza Ishin, telling a story of that time period in the 1800s Japan. And a lot of the Yakuza stories are political stories where they tie it into actual socioeconomic dynamics in Japan in the times that they take place. So again, another one of their strengths, but I feel like they're playing, they're getting into some territory where they need to be a little bit more, you know, on point with the stories that they tell. So whichever way it goes, I just need to see it.
Cool. I'm gonna go with Axe of Blood as my game of the show. The Raid and the Raid 2 are two of my favorite movies ever, and I really like Sifu. So like mechanically, it seems to be most similar to Sifu, and then it also seems to be heavily inspired by the Raid. I think I can pretty safely say the developers are heavily inspired by the Raid here. And it's funny, like the Raid, the original Raid, is basically Double Dragon, the movie. It's a very video game-like premise, and all the action is very gamey. So it's cool to see that. I love the combat, the hyper-violent combat there. Ryan mentioned the bone crunching, and they even got the real fast, the fast stabby stab, which I actually haven't seen that often in video games. And this also has a very cool story that it's an indie Indonesian team building this game. Jeff Keighley mentioned this, like looking at this, knowing that this is an indie game today in the year 2025, that's awesome. That's super exciting for just all the possibilities to come for small teams to make games that look like this and even better than this in the near future. So that's Axe of Blood. And that's going to about do it for our Summer Game Fest post-show. This is a huge week for video game announcements. If something you were hoping to see didn't make an appearance today, there are plenty more chances. Each day of IGN Live will kick off with a massive block of trailers and exclusive clips from upcoming games, shows, and movies. And there's still the Xbox Games Showcase to look forward to on Sunday. If you want to go hands-on with some of these games, we'll have a ton of playable demo stations at IGN Live, plus panels, giveaways, and all sorts of fun stuff. Tickets are still available at IGN.com/live, so if you can get yourself to downtown LA, we'd love to see you here in the Magic Box at the Reef. If you can't be in here in person, no sweat, because we're streaming the whole thing, so you can still get in on some of the action. Thanks for watching. We will see you next time.
IGN Summer of Gaming is presented by PlayStation Days of Play. Get the PlayStation 5 digital console with the Call of Duty Black Ops 6 bundle starting at $399.99 while supplies last.
IGN Plus is where your adventure begins.
What are you selling?
Plus is the place to get unlimited access to all the tools you need to beat your games.
Here's what you need to know for bringing down Gloomspawn.
Plus, awesome exclusive discounts on IGN Store.
Maybe this would tease open your money pouch.
Plus, ad-free browsing on IGN.com. Plus, unlimited game help tools like premium interactive maps with your own custom map markers, filters, marker notes, and more.
This will come in handy.
Plus, access to sweepstakes, giveaways, and free game keys.
Wow!
Exactly. Want more? Head to IGN.com/plus and start your adventure today.
Hey you! Looking for a way to wear your fandom with pride? The IGN Store is the ultimate destination for awesome merch and collectibles from the biggest games, movies, shows, and everything in between. Cruise the wasteland in style with a Vault Dweller hoodie and replica Pip-Boy. Kick back and relax to some of the best game soundtracks ever pressed on limited edition vinyl. Or level up your whole wardrobe with a massive selection of officially licensed apparel. From iconic properties like Star Wars and The Legend of Zelda to newer fan favorites like Atomfall and Expedition 33, the IGN Store has you covered. You'll also find hats, jewelry, action figures, board games, model kits, art books, and even snacks. Whatever you're into, you're bound to find something. See for yourself and head to store.ign.com today. IGN Playlist is the best way to track your game collection. Now you can even import your entire Steam library to Playlist, making it easier than ever to review games, show off your collection of the world, and finally chip away at that massive backlog you keep meaning to get to. IGN Playlist, check it out.